feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. Some losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
That's it, the end of the song. Next time you'll sing along. Trust me, there's nothing wrong. I just need to carry on, cause society's a myth put there to make you sit. Listen to what they give. Don't ask questions, shut your lid. Yeah, don't ask questions, shut your lid. I need to run away from this and go get off the grid. Feel like my brain is overloaded, man, I'm losing it. Don't let them tell you what to do, man, they don't know shit.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody?
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute, I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all.
What's going on, everybody? Titan Nation, everybody, we're about to go live. We are going live now, and just have to play a little bit of background music to get everybody pumped up for this draft. And so make sure y'all share this show out. Let everybody know they can come on in. And I have a very special guest coming on with us as well to help talk about this draft as it happened. Make sure you pass out to all of your football fan friends, because we're doing the entire first round tonight. We're going to go in the entire first round, at least up until about 10 o'clock. And then, of course, if it's past 10 and there's still some picks, don't worry. We will go live tomorrow night also for rounds 2 and 3. And then we'll, of course, recap those last picks We'll recap those last picks that if I happen to miss, and we'll talk about that, and then we'll go right into rounds 2 and 3 as well. So make sure y'all share this show out to everybody. We're going live. We're gonna be, buckle up for a long, amazing night that I think we're going to have. Also, giving you a heads up, there will be moments that I do step away and take a break for a second, either, bathroom break or, bathroom break or, a quick food break or, got to make sure I have some hydration. And so, anytime, hey, if you got to step away to, go to the restroom or step away to make sure you have something to eat, just keep tuned in. Come on back. We're going to keep going. You're not going to miss any of the action. You're not going to miss any of the picks or anything because I'm going to have them scrolling down and things like that as well. So definitely get ready. We're going to have some fun. So sit back, relax, and we're going to get ready to have some fun. And we're going to get ready to get this show started in less than 60 seconds.
Good evening, Titan Nation. How is everybody?
Good evening, Titan Nation. How's everybody doing? Welcome into TNT Tonight Draft Night. Welcome to TNT Draft Night. I am your host, Chris, a.k.a. Blue Enforcer. We are going to have a great time for you on tonight. We are going to have a lot of fun and, and everything. And so it's time to turn up. And we're going to have a boatload of fun. We're definitely going to do some big things. And we're going to, talk about all these picks. And everything that's happening. So come on in. We're going to have a good time and everything. So make sure y'all share this show out. Make sure y'all share the show with everybody, whether it be on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. Definitely make sure y'all share this show out to everybody. Also, super chats are definitely appreciated as well. As Katana, I know, is at work. So pumped for tonight. Derek Roberts saying Rand Carthon's first draft. Hopes he knocks it out of the park. We are going to have live reaction all night from the draft. And definitely appreciate Lou Man popping on. And hoping the Titans pick their quarterback of the future tonight. AZ Mick, I see, is up on here. Goku 420. And also make sure y'all get out to all the football fans, all the football fans that are out there. Definitely get everybody involved, whether if they're a Titans fan or not. And they can come on in as well and join and definitely join the party. I'm definitely going to have some, like I said, I may have a guest or two popping in and, and out. So Derek Roberts says, we get Stroud our super chat a 50 piece. Well, shoot, I hope that happens. And then, of course, the right-hand lady of TNT, draft day time. Absolutely, Shane, what's up? For missing out on the generation quarterback, Houston. Well, there are rumors now that Houston might actually go ahead and take a quarterback at 2. I think they might be getting a little scared that the Titans might take a quarterback. So without any further ado, I'm gonna bring on a guest to join the show, and you may not see him just yet, but I'm pretty sure he's around. I got my guy from K-More Sports, aka ESPN3, the man of the SWAC, Mr. Ken Moore. Ken, you there? He might not be in just yet. Yeah, he might not be in just yet, but Ken will definitely be joining us momentarily. And so, definitely can't wait for him to join the show. And when he does, we will definitely get him in and get his thoughts. And we're gonna definitely have some fun. And this draft is gonna be very, very exciting. So, you're hearing the rumors that the Titans look like they're working on a deal with the Arizona Cardinals to move up to 3. And it looks like the target could very well be CJ Stroud. And if that is the case, I am extremely excited. And so that would be wonderful if that is the case. But we are, definitely waiting. Of course, odds have changed now that they're going, that CJ Stroud may go number 2, as far as betting concerns. So, we're trying to get some confirmation on things and seeing what's happening as far as the draft is concerned. But if they trade up, if they're trading up, it's for CJ Stroud. It has to be for CJ Stroud. I know TD is definitely doing some work right now. I know he is stacked right now. So I know I wouldn't be able to get him exactly. Like I said, P Shark, what's up? I sent you the link. So if you want to come on in and join us, come on in. I will be definitely glad to have you in. My guy Brandon Blue 5, my brother, Zach Carpenter, what's up, Blue Enforcer? Of course, I have my TNT jersey on, ready to rock and roll tonight. So Rocky Yit, I know he's in here. And I think our guy, Mr. Ken Moore, is set to join us. And Ken, we're going to have you come on in. Ken, welcome into the show, man. Thank you for deciding to come on. I know you've been a very, very busy man, with things going on. I know the Astros are have the baseball season. You neglected me for the Astros last
Hey, man, I had to go out to the ballpark, support the world champs. You know what it is?
Absolutely. So I definitely do thank you for coming on in tonight.
No doubt.
And so,
no doubt. I'm excited for it, bro.
What with all the crazy rumors that have been coming out and everything that's been going on, what has your thoughts been as far as some of the rumors? Of course, rumors are coming out that talks are, heating up between the Titans and the Cardinals, potentially for number 3. Could possibly involve DeAndre Hopkins. I saw something on Bleacher Report. Tannehill could be involved in a separate trade. What are your thoughts on some of the rumors happening, and what do you think, could possibly happen? Do they trade up, stay where they are, trade down? I think it's unpredictable.
Coming into this thing, I was pretty confident that the Titans would stay at number 11. just because of the desperate need on the offensive line. But as you get closer and closer to this thing evolving, and you hear what the Texans may do with possibly going for an edge rusher at number 2, you have to think about a couple of things if you're Tennessee. One, if CJ Stroud is your guy, right? If you have him as the second best quarterback on the board, and you know that the Indianapolis Colts are drafting 4, then it may be worth it to go up to 3, give up your second round pick this year. I hear possibly giving up your second or third round pick next year. If that's all that it takes to move up to number 3, to keep CJ Stroud away from the Colts and to put him in your own backyard, then I think you go ahead and make that move. If Arizona is asking for a second number 1 pick next year, plus a number 2 this year, I think I may pause and pump the brakes on that, sit back, sit tight at 11, and see what falls to me at 11. That's how I would approach it.
And I definitely get that part, because I think that it's going to be very interesting. For me, if the Titans are trading up, it has to be for CJ Stroud only. That is the only quarterback I think is worthy of trading up for.
Yes.
I know there's word about Will Levis. You know, it could be Anthony Richardson. And I've said it repeatedly. If I had a proverbial hypothetical gun to my head and I had to make a choice, I'm going Will Levis, because I think Will Levis is the more pro-ready quarterback between him and Stroud. I mean, not between him and Stroud, him and Richardson. I honestly would not touch Anthony Richardson with a 10-foot pole. He scares me to death. And as much as the national and even some of the local media don't want to admit it, Anthony Richardson, and I was talking about this with Titan Rossi earlier today, we was on the phone. Anthony Richardson is nothing more than Malik Willis 2.0 with a little bit more speed, a little bit more athleticism, and played in the SEC. He is a project. Everybody has said he's a developmental quarterback. He is not ready right now. He cannot start day one. So why would you mortgage your future for somebody who is not ready yet? Now, if he falls to 11, or maybe at 6, 7, 8-ish, okay, maybe we could talk. But other than that, I would stay away from either one of those quarterbacks. If it's not CJ Stroud, either stay at 11 or trade back. Ms. Mims, how you doing? So that would be what I would do. But also, you're hearing that looks like Bryce Young going number 1. You're down in Houston. Mm-hmm. I know you're probably around a lot of Texans chatter. Mm-hmm. What are you hearing? Could they ruin the whole night, which they have the potential to do? They could just say, we'll take CJ Stroud just to keep the Titans from getting him. They may not necessarily want him.
Right.
But they would choose the lesser of two evils. Either they get really good on defense, which D'Amico Ryans is a defensive guy, or they might be like, we may not really want CJ Stroud, but I don't want to have to face him twice a year. So let's just take him so that the Titans don't. Are you hearing anything out of Houston that tells you maybe what direction that they're heading?
From what I'm hearing is that they are strongly looking at going edge rusher with the second pick. They don't have any quality edge rushers on their roster at all. So when you have a Will Anderson, you have the kid from Texas Tech, they're looking at it as we can get the best defensive player in the draft at 2. Depending on what's there at 12, they could go with the wide receiver out of Ohio State at 12. If one of the quarterbacks falls to 12 and say they don't like either one, Levis or Richardson, they could go wide receiver at 12. Then they also have the 33rd pick. They could look to package that pick to move back into the first round and draft every Volunteers' favorite player, Hendon Hooker, later in the first round. So if you can pull off that trifecta, if you're the Houston Texans, you're getting the best edge rusher, you're getting the best wide receiver, and you come back and parlay that with someone you think can develop into a quality starter, you get him in the first round instead of the second round, so that way you have that extra 5th-year option. Should it come to that 4 years down the road, you can put that 5th-year tag on him, i.e. like the Ravens did with Lamar Jackson 5 years ago. They got Lamar Jackson with the last pick in the first round. They got that extra 5th-year option. You saw Lamar Jackson have to play under that 5th-year tag this past year before he finally got the bag today on draft day. So that can be the Texans' ultimate plan, which I think is a very good plan if they go that route. If they go that route, then obviously that leaves C.J. Stroud sitting there at number 3 for the Titans to move up to, for another team to possibly move up to. But this is critical because Arizona is the team really that has everything to lose if Houston drafts C.J. Stroud. Because if Houston drafts C.J. Stroud, all of Arizona's ammunition is completely out the window because, as you mentioned, I don't see anyone else trading up to get Will Levis or Anthony Richardson at number 3.
Yeah, and you actually, and I had to go with a backup plan because I know there's some weather issues, and ABC here is showing weather coverage. So I had to plug up my PlayStation with my YouTube TV to make sure I got the draft showing. So, and Philip, thank you very much for the super chat. And you basically kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but that's okay. With the I forgot to mention the breaking news of Lamar Jackson getting that extension with the Ravens, 5 years, $280 million, $185 million guaranteed. So that is it's pretty big. That is a pretty big deal. Philip, thank you so much for the super chat. And that is you. I'm sorry, not 280, 260 million. I made that mistake on that. I'm gonna fix that. But I mean, yeah, I'm with you. We'll talk. We're gonna get your thoughts on the Lamar Jackson deal. But yes, I agree. The Houston Texans, with this stuff coming out about, possibly going quarterback, they do have the chance to completely mess this draft all the way up. And it wouldn't shock me if they did, because it would be so Houston. It would be so Houston for them to do that and just completely screw up everything that could possibly happen. Before we get into Lamar, I got some other people chiming in. Chris Frazier, my guy, he keeps up with the rumors. I know he's probably got some out there. I know he's a Tannehill guy. Chris, you might be a little disappointed tonight at some point. Titans Torch, I see. We got D09 saying what's up. He's giving you some love, Ken.
What's up, D? Yes, sir.
Titan Fox, I know he's coming in with the fire. And shout out to the Titan Upload Network as well, because I know they're doing something big as well. So shout out to those guys. I know Titan Fox says he's a little nervous with so many people on. I'm like, hey, we got to have fun tonight. We got to have some
big
fun.
night, baby. It's a
Hey,
big
this is
night.
gonna be
You
a
know,
fun
we wall to
night.
wall. You know, it's like election night for the politicians, baby. You know, you got CNN and Fox News and MSNBC. You know, you got Titan Upload Network. We got you rocking tonight. You know, it's wall to wall Titans coverage tonight, baby.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to have a ball. So I know that's going to be great. Ms. Mims, I know she's chiming in. I talked to her earlier. She's excited, hoping that everything happened. And, Philip Maddox with the super chat again. Drafting Levis is replacing Tannehill with Tannehill. I agree 100% with that. That I've heard a lot of comparisons of Will Levis to Ryan Tannehill. And I get it. Will Levis plays in a very similar system like the Titans, kind of run heavy. He played with a bad offensive coordinator, a not good offensive line. His decision-making, not the best in the world, but the dude's got an arm. So, that is, that's going to be very interesting to see where all of these picks go. Let's see. Ty Fox says Houston trying to mess with other teams, but end up the loser at the loser's table. That's great. That is great. Ends up at the loser's table. Now that is cool. But also Zarice comes and says, been focused on the Grizzlies. This is my first Titans related thing in a month. I have two, and I'm going to put myself on blast with the Grizzlies right quick because, they won game 6 last night. And I know Ken is down with the Rockets and things like that,
Which is how you Udoka, baby. We coming back.
Yep. Congratulations on that. Definitely heard about Ime Udoka, now the new head coach. So it's going to be very, very interesting how that dynamic goes. So first off, how do you see this series playing out with LA? Am I right now? There's a game 7, or is LeBron and the Lakers going to finish the Grizzlies off in 6? And let me get your quick thoughts on Ime Udoka coaching with the Rockets, and then we'll talk about Lamar.
All right. First of all, so we'll knock out because we got about 3.5 minutes till the Texans get on the clock. So as far as the Grizzlies are concerned, if you keep the ball out of Dylan Brooks' hands, you got a good chance to win. And I'm dead serious about that. The guy's been a disaster. He's been a complete disaster. Should have never opened his mouth. And then you're going to close your mouth when you start losing games. And then you can't hit a shot. So keep the ball out of Dylan Brooks' hand. Keep him tied to the bench. Get Tyus Jones in the game. Let him and Ja Morant play together. Get Kennard in the game. Let him shoot some threes. I think you guys have a very good shot of winning tomorrow night. You saw how gassed LeBron was last night. The travel playing every other day. As the series goes on, the deeper you can get into the series, the better chance the Grizzlies have. You get it back to a game 7 on Sunday afternoon, another short turnaround for the Lakers. I think the Grizzlies have a good chance of coming back from 3-1 down to beat the Lakers. You have no chance of beating Golden State. I'll just say that, and I'll leave that there. As far as the Rockets, I'm very, very happy about the hiring of Ime Udoka. I'm hoping that he and Nia Long can settle their differences, so I'll get a chance to see her at the Toyota Center when I go to games next year. That would be very nice indeed. So I hope that they can, resolve that. Other than that, very happy. The happiest I've been in 3 years being a Houston Rockets fan. So we are coming back. We got a good, young, strong core, and I think we're going to be ready to rock in the next 2 to 3 years. We're going to be sniffing some playoff contention. As far as Lamar Jackson, good thing from him. I'm glad he got his bag, $185 million, got a little bit more than Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen got $180. So all in all, good deal for the Ravens, good deal for him. I still don't think they're a Super Bowl team, but I'm glad he got his money.
Absolutely. I am definitely congratulations to Lamar Jackson getting the bag. He got his money, well deserved. And, he's definitely a good player. Maybe not an elite superstar quarterback, but he's a darn good one. And that just stacks the AFC up even more. And, Ime Udoka, if him and Nia Long can work out their differences, I think she going to rock out at Houston. I look forward to the competition for the Houston Rockets. I am with a lot of people. Grizz in 7. I told some Laker fans last night, y'all might want to come on back to FedEx Forum for Game 7 because it's going to happen. But I will say quickly, I disagree. I think we match up well with the Warriors, even though we don't have Steven Adams or Brandon Clark. I think we could go toe-to-toe with the Warriors, and I think a little bit of last year is still on their mind. They still got that sour taste in their mouth from last year. I think the Grizzlies will be extremely motivated if they get the Warriors in this series. When I saw the Warriors go down 2-0, I'm thinking, no, the Warriors can't come back from 2-0 down. They're probably the only team that could. So, that's that on that. So we'll, if it happens and we see the Warriors, so be it. We gonna play some ball and we gonna just see what happens. So, a lot of people say Grizzlies 7. Chandra, my girl, back from a cruise. Definitely saying the Grizz. So I'm definitely, hey, this is a sports show, y'all. So we having fun. We having a good.
Oh yeah, and of course it's draft night, so I gotta rock. I gotta rock my boy.
You gotta rock that Steve. I like that.
Steve McNair, baby.
I like
draft
that.
Night. Yeah, gotta rock it, baby. Houston Oilers. You know what I'm saying? Y'all lucky y'all got that stadium, man. Y'all lucky y'all got the stadium because I was finna go down to the mayor's office and say, hey, look, they having problems in Nashville. Go on, bring the Titans back. We can have 2 teams in Houston. You know what I'm saying? Nobody goes to the Texan games anyway. So I'm glad y'all got that. I'm glad y'all got that taken care of.
Yes, and for those of you that may not know, yes, the Tennessee Titans will be going into a new stadium. As I'm gonna show y'all some renderings. These are just some of the renderings that we've seen in the past. They did break the deal on late Tuesday night going into Wednesday that the stadium, the deal is done. So it is done. What's going to happen is 700 and I believe it's 840 million is going to be between the Titans, the NFL, and some private investors. The other the 500 million is going to be in state bonds, so that's coming from the state. And then the other 760 million is coming through the city through hotel tax and also, stadium guests and things like that. So, people coming in spending money, that's how they're going to accumulate the rest of that money, which I think is a big deal. And so I am excited about that new stadium. They got to get confirm an architect and a construction company to get the blueprints and everything together. And looks like around mid-2024, so around this time next year, the Tennessee Titans should be breaking ground on building that new stadium. So I am extremely excited about that. Derek Roberts, you are right. We will make that happen. We will definitely make that happen. But everybody, the draft is going to get ready to begin. And so we got a lot of great action coming. And there's a sea of fans all over Kansas City. Hate I can't be there. And, we definitely going to do it big. Rocky Yid, Derek Roberts giving you love. J-Mac, I know he's an Eagles fan. Like I said, all football fans are welcome. So pass it to everybody and let them know that we are indeed live and that you can come on in. All fans are welcome. The NFL draft is about to officially begin. You will hear Roger Goodell in the background. And of course, I don't own rights to any of the audio. That's through the NFL. So I ain't trying to get in no trouble. But we're definitely gonna have some fun. And let's see. Looks like some other developments are going on. So, we're definitely going to keep up with NFL news as well, as far as any trades that could potentially happen as well. So I am looking at Chris Frazier's bringing up something about the Cardinals making a trade, 66 pick to the Eagles for 94 and a 5th round pick in 2024. Now I'm going to confirm that. Let's see if I get that with Adam Schefter, see if I can confirm that from him. So yeah, selling a tampering investigation. Okay, so this is per Adam Schefter. So Chris is right. They're selling a tampering investigation involving Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona head coach. The Eagles trade the 94th pick and the 2024 5th round pick to the Cardinals for the 66th pick. So that is just so, they settle that issue and it's not having to do with tampering. So that has nothing to do with the possibility of, trading up. So we're definitely going to find out what's going on. I want y'all to know, what do y'all think is going to happen? Do the Titans trade up? Do they stay put? Or do they trade down? The ticker is definitely going to be down as well. And, the NFL draft is about to begin. So sit back, relax, and it's about to be a crazy night.
We finna have some fun. This is almost like a fantasy draft.
Yes, we are about to have a load of fun.
Like
and y'all forgive me,
draft, bro.
And y'all forgive me. I might be repeating myself and stuff, but it's because I'm excited and I'm trying to keep up with everything. So we're trying to see.
We're gonna be monitoring. I'll be monitoring Twitter.
Me too.
I know you got the tube on. I got the tube on in front of me. So we'll definitely see what happens here over the next hour or so.
Yeah. So again, this is all the entire first round. Everybody is included. All teams. This is not just going to be Titans, because we're going to talk about some of these other guys as well. Bryce Young looks like he's going to go number 1 to the Carolina Panthers, which I know everybody out there questioned his size, which I believe is probably the only thing that they question. Other than that, I mean, Bryce Young, I think, is as close to a perfect prospect as you're going to get. And Bryce Young is going to be ready to start day 1.
Now, here's the question for Bryce Young. His coach is Frank Wright. Now, we've seen Frank Wright up close and personal the last, 4 or 5 years with the Indianapolis Colts. Hadn't done exactly a good job with the Colts. Yeah, I like what he did with Phillip Rivers that one year. They made it to the playoffs, but with Matt Ryan and Carson Wentz, things did not work out. They're hoping to reboot. According to Twitter, The Athletic, Bryce Young will be the number 1 pick. It looks like that pick is about to come in officially now in the next few minutes. But as far as the Carolina Panthers, Frank Wright is going to have to do a much better job in development than he's done the past couple of years. They're going to have to find a way to open up that offense. I think they got Miles Sanders at running back now, replacing Deontay Foreman, replacing Christian McAllister. So it's going to be a rebuild, but they are playing in the NFC South, which is a quarterback less division. Bryce Young may go in there and be the best quarterback in the division right away. So the NFC South is going to be wide open.
I definitely agree with that, and I am tagging some people and everything, but of course Roger Goodell is basically at the podium with everybody and letting everybody know that the draft will officially open and that the Carolina Panthers are going to be on the clock. Of course, Kansas City fans are pumped. It's in their city and everything. So they're just doing a few announcements before everything gets started. But, yeah, it's going to be wild. I'm going to probably cut some of that down until they actually start making picks. But this is exciting. It is exciting times. Pass the word to everybody. We about to do it. Dio9 says, please, CJ Stroud. Zach says, here we go.
Here we
MH
go.
VACR, how the board goes. And of course, here comes Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce out with the trophy that the Eagles really probably should have had if they had finished the job. So, this is going to be, I can't wait.
So I guess here's the question. If the Texans do take C.J. Stroud, then what? You sit tight at 11 and see what falls to us? Or would you guys want to maybe try to move up to 8? There's some chatter that the Titans may be looking to move up to 8 to possibly get the offensive tackle from Ohio State. So that could be a possibility as well. So the Titans are in discussions with several teams right now as they try to figure out what's going to happen here in the first round.
Yeah, definitely. And, Chris coming in, he brings in some rumors. He be on top of stuff. I got to give it to him. I don't know we never know who his sources are, but he be coming in with some stuff saying the Texans owner may be stepping in to push the Texans to take Stroud at 2. I hope that is not the case because I think we need C.J. Stroud a little bit more than they do, but the Texans do need a quarterback because if they don't, it will be a huge mistake and it will, again, be so Texans if they do this. So the draft is officially open. The clock has begun, and the Carolina Panthers are on the clock right now. The draft has officially begun.
Atlanta has the 8th pick. Keep an eye on that. Obviously, we have a great relationship with the Falcons. They have half our roster. They have our old offensive coordinator. So if things fall through at 3, keep an eye on number 8 with Atlanta. That could be a trade back situation for the Atlanta Falcons. So just something to keep an eye on as we go through this.
Yes, indeed. And that is definitely something that we have to think about. And, this is going to be incredible. And, like I said, I'm trying to tag some people in, as the night goes on. So, hopefully they'll pass the word to others. But right now the Panthers are on the clock as we speak. And we all pretty much kind of know, where this is going to go. We pretty much know where this is going. We know it's going to be Bryce Young going number 1. I mean, there is no other way that they don't go number 1. And if
any
they
concerns, I'm sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm just saying if they do go number 1, if they go anywhere else other than Bryce Young, it'll be a shock. I'm sorry, Ken.
No, what I was going to bring up is any concerns that you've heard in Tennessee about the S2 test that C.J. Stroud scored so low on. I guess he got like an 18 out of 100, and Bryce Young and Will Levis and all these other guys had scores in the high 80s and 90s and whatnot. And then CJ said, hey, look, I'm a football player. I'm not a test taker, which I thought was kind of interesting. Any word, any discussion on that on the airwaves up in Nashville or Memphis?
There has been a lot of talk about this S2 test. And, I was hearing some stuff as far as, of course, that, the test, the people that made the test are from Vanderbilt. And so, there is not really a lot to it. They said some of the scores may not have been as accurate as people think. And so, there could have been some issues that, maybe he did do better than, originally shown. And, Stroud even came out and did a, talked to some people and we got clips saying, hey, I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player. I know what I can do. I came to play football. And I think there may have been something where he may have retook the test or things like that. But it's gonna be definitely very interesting. I don't think that'll come into play, but a lot of people have always said, well, those who don't do as well on the S2 test don't do well in the league. And Bryce Young was high, Will Levis was high, in the 90s. Anthony Richardson was like 79, Hendon Hooker was like 46. So there's been talk about it, but I think a lot of people have made mountains out of moles. And this is going to be very, very interesting to see how all of this is turning out. And again, the rumors are going to be spiraling out of control. And I need to tell y'all, and Ken will probably agree with me on this, stop being attached to all the players on the team, because something could happen. You could see Tannehill get traded tonight or throughout the draft. The same could be said about Kevin Byard. I love Kevin Byard too, and I don't think he would get traded. But again, anything can happen. As well as the great king himself could also be on the trading block. So as much as all of you may not want this to happen, understand, like I said in the video I did about a month or a month and a half ago, prepare yourself for life without Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill, because it's going to happen eventually. It's going to happen. So you might as well get prepared for it. Me and Titan Rossi was talking earlier. The Titans are not going to be able to compete for a Super Bowl this year, unfortunately. It's not going to happen, because I just think that you got Cincinnati, you got Kansas City, you got Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes, you got Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, Josh Allen with Buffalo. Now you got Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. You know what Miami does with Tua, maybe. I'm not counting him. Then you got, what's going to happen with Lamar Jackson now in Baltimore, staying in Baltimore. Trevor Lawrence is up and coming in Jacksonville. And I forgot about Justin Herbert at 7. That's 7 quarterbacks already. And there are only 7 playoff spots. So, and I forgot, Deshaun Watson, if he gets it together in Cleveland. What if Sean Payton turns around Russell Wilson in Denver? That's 9. That is 9. So what are the Titans going to do? And so right now the Carolina Panthers are on the clock. The pick is in. And, I think I know where this is going. And we might as well get ready for it. I think Bryce Young is going to go number 1. Hands down. Does anybody think that Bryce Young is not going number 1? See, Faber, who are the Texans taking? We have no idea. Derek Roberts said, did we bring Stroud in for a visit? No, we did not. But Rand did touch on that and said that, he did say that Mike Vrabel and Tim Kelly spent some very extensive time with him at the pro day. So they did spend some very extensive time with C.J. Stroud. They also, of course, was with Paris Johnson and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And so, again, I am assuming that Bryce Young is going to be the pick. The pick is in, and y'all are going to hear Roger Goodell as he comes out and makes it official. So hopefully y'all having a good time with me. And here we go.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
As expected, Bryce Young goes number 1 to Alabama. Go number 1 from Alabama to the Carolina Panthers at 1. That was as expected. Got King coming back in now. So there it is. Bryce Young number 1. And now the draft really begins.
Now the draft begins. Bryce Young, congratulations, young man. People said that he couldn't do it. Born in the same hospital as Kobe Bryant in Pennsylvania. How about that hospital?
Very interesting.
I want to make sure my next grandchild is born in that hospital. But no, congrats to Bryce. I got to see him up close and personal this past season. I went to the Texas-Alabama game in Austin. The kid was just amazing. The way he can move in the pocket, move outside the pocket. I don't think size is going to be a problem for him. He played against NFL caliber competition at Alabama. He played behind huge 6'5", 6'6" offensive linemen at Alabama. Of course, he's got to stay healthy. Everybody worries about his size with, Tua, the comparisons to Tua and all of the injuries that Tua has suffered, particularly the concussions. But I think this kid is going to be very, very good. My only question is if they hired the right coach in Frank Wright. I don't know if that's going to work out in the long run. I don't know if Frank Wright is going to be there long enough to see it all the way through. We'll see how it works out in Carolina.
Absolutely. And, of course, here's the quick thought that I had on Bryce Young. Of course, he had 3,328 yards, 32 TDs, 5 interceptions at Alabama. Very experienced. He's accurate, mobile, intelligent. The size thing is, an issue, but I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue. Bryce Young, he's in there now with Derek Carr, who's in New Orleans. We'll see what Tampa Bay does at quarterback as well. And then I know I'm forgetting one other team. Oh, Atlanta, of course. We got to see if they're going to stick with Desmond Ridder. But there it is. Bryce Young goes number 1 to the Carolina Panthers. And now, like I said, the real draft begins as the Houston Texans are now on the clock. What do they do? Do they go defensive player? Do they go offense?
I'm going to say they go Will Anderson. DeMeco Ryans is an Alabama alum. He played football at Alabama. He played linebacker at Alabama. They have a desperate need at the outside linebacker position, edge rusher position. I think that he tosses a bone to his Alabama compadre, if you will, in Will Anderson. So my prediction would be Will Anderson, and the pick is in. So we'll find out what it is in just a moment.
Ken? I think we both know what's about to happen.
Uh-oh.
I think I have a feeling of what's about to happen.
I think I have a feeling of what's about to happen too, and it's not good.
And it is not, I don't like being a spoiler, but
let's not be a spoiler.
Let's not, but yeah.
Well, I think they've already seen it in the chat.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have seen it, and unfortunately, it's not going to make Titan fans very happy. And this tells you, and again, this tells you
Smoke screens everywhere.
That
smoke screens everywhere.
Ken knows it just like I do. that this was lying season. There are a lot of lies that get told. There are a lot of lies that get told. And, you know, the Cardinals are now on the clock at 3. So the Texan pick is in.
Derek, we won't spoil the pick, Derek.
We won't spoil it. We'll let it come out. And we will all react together at the very same time. Everything, but you know,
let's just put it this way: they didn't take any time getting the pick in. They didn't take.
They sure did.
Was it 5 minutes, 10 minutes? They didn't take a lot of time. So,
man, Chris might have been legit when they said that Texan owner might have put some pressure on Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans for this pick. And if the pick is what we are thinking it is, Ken, I think what you said earlier, I think is spot on correct, and that the Arizona Cardinals are now probably in the worst possible position now.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Because and here it is.
52nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select C.J. Stroud.
Well, there goes our quarterback of the future. And now we got to play him twice a season. And we had to think the Houston Texans were not that stupid to not take him. They were not that stupid. And, you know, Darryl said, Candyman, yo. Like I said, with Candy and Django, there's a lot of lies being told at this table tonight. But one truth you will believe.
And here it is, man, because CJ's falling. CJ's uncoachable. The S2 score. All this stuff coming out all this time. All the last 4 weeks, all this different yada, yada, da, 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 da. Texans are going to take a defensive guy. Texans might trade the pick, this, that, and the third. And when it came down to it, it came down to what we thought would be after the national championship game. Mm-hmm. At that time, in January, mid-January, early January, everyone said the best 2 players in the draft at the quarterback position, C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, 1, 2, in whichever order you wanted to go with. And so you had 4 months of nonsense, and at the end of the day, it still came down to Bryce Young, number 1, C.J. Stroud, number 2.
Yeah, and I think this is probably the most disappointing part of the night is, you know, that dream of C.J. Stroud is gone. I don't think the Titans trade up now. I think Arizona, you know, is now stuck. I think Arizona is stuck, and they're thinking, they're scrounging like, what are we going to do now? We thought we had a trade in place. We probably did have a trade in place, but now that trade is probably all but dead now with Arizona. I don't see the Titans even thinking to move up. So,
yeah, and the last thing I want to see come across Twitter right now is the Titans and Cardinals making a trade. Then I would.
I agree.
But again, I would keep an eye on Atlanta at number 8. If we want to go up and get the offensive tackle from Ohio State,
Paris Johnson. Yeah,
all along Paris Johnson. That has been the guy that I've wanted us to draft because I think this offensive line needs vast improvement. I know we signed Andre Dillon or traded for signed Andre Dillon as a free agent from Philadelphia, and he could possibly start at the left tackle position, but I don't think he can become an elite level offensive tackle at this point, considering he really hasn't played the first 3 years. I think he's only started 9 games in 3 years with Philadelphia after they traded up to get him 3 years ago. So I kind of see him more as a swing tackle, kind of like we had with Dennis Kelly, who could play on both sides of the ball, kind of in a reserve role. But I want a left tackle that we can plug in for the next, 8 to 10 years, like we had with Taylor Lewan, and really solidify that side of the ball.
Yeah, and I think here's my thing. Now that this has happened, I say you either stay at 11. You may even be able to trade back, because even though I'm not saying this will happen, and right now the Cardinals only have about 2.5 minutes to go. They're scrounging. They're scrounging now. That means something might be going on as far as a possible trade or something like that. Adam Schefter might be saying something. Wow. Houston said they might do this. Wow.
I couldn't hear it. What happened?
Texans are completely turning this draft upside down. This tells you they are terrified of what the Colts are going to do and of the Titans as well. The Houston Texans just got C.J. Stroud and now are trading back up from 12 to number 3. So they're now getting back-to-back picks and now could get not only their quarterback, but now getting their top defensive player. This is crazy.
Wow.
Adam Schefter just said that. We have a trade, and we'll get the details of that trade, as when they get it. But the Houston Texans have taken complete control of this draft out of nowhere.
So number 3 to the Texans, and they're going to draft Will Anderson.
Wow.
Now, what are they giving up is the question.
That is definitely
Obviously,
the
they're
$100
giving
million
up number 12.
question. The Houston Texans, they're being extremely aggressive.
And remember, they have multiple picks from the Deshaun Watson trade.
They have a bunch of trade. They have a bunch of capital. They could do this. They had over 10, I believe 10 to 12 picks in this draft. And so, this is sick. The Houston Texans have completely ruined the night. The Texans back on the clock, just selected C.J. Stroud, and it looks like they have intent of taking Will Anderson from Alabama. Wow. Houston said they ain't playing around.
It's a new regime over there. You got D'Amico Ryans coming in. Nick Caserio is kind of on the clock as a general manager, so he has to make some things happen. There is a huge watch party at one of the big parks here in the Houston area, and they're showing it now, and it is insane what has happened. What has happened? Houston has completely turn this draft upside down.
We just got started. We just got started. And the draft is already completely flipped on its head.
We have to see what the compensation is.
Definitely.
With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson
The Houston Texans have completely, like you said, took any plan and turned it on itself. Took any plan anybody had and completely screwed everything up. Wow.
Wow. Well, I said, at least I was half right tonight so far. I said they wanted Will Anderson, and they got Will Anderson because I know D'Amico Ryans loves him some Will Anderson.
Yeah.
For them to end up with C.J. Stroud
and
Will Anderson, wow.
That
I gotta see what. Wow.
That puts this puts the Titans and the Colts on major notice. That puts the Colts and the Titans on big time notice. And if I'm the Titans, man, this might be one of the worst case scenarios that could have been thought of. Did not think that Houston was going to be that bold, but there were talks of that. Dionne says Texas messing everything up, and they have. The Texans have messed up everything. Great start to the draft. I mean, right now, I think the Titans definitely have to stick at 11 or trade back now. I think trading back is probably the best option. If they stay at 11, I could see a Paris Johnson if Chicago don't take him. This might be a boring thought. I'd go Stroyansky at 11 because I think you can answer two questions. I think you have Dillard and Stroyansky battled out. Winner is the left tackle. Loser is the left guard. And I think you fix two positions. I think if you do that. But
there we go. I hate to cut you off, Chris. Breaking news. Here's the compensation that the Cardinals will get. The Texans got the third pick, which was Will Anderson, and pick 105, which by quick math would say that's a fourth round pick.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals will get number 12, number 33, which is the first pick in the second round. They're going to get Houston's first and third round picks in 2024. So that is way more than what we heard that the Titans may be giving up, because what I heard the Titans were offering, or what the discussion was just flipping first round picks. They would get our second round pick this year and a second round pick next year, or maybe a second and a third next year. But Houston is giving up, they're flipping picks this year. Houston is giving up their second round pick this year, number 33, the first pick tomorrow, and they're giving up a first and a third next year to get Will Anderson. I don't know if all of that is worth Will Anderson, or you can flip it and say, if they didn't get that deal, who would they have taken? Will Anderson or C.J. Stroud? I guess we'll never know because they'll never tell us, but that's quite a lot. That is a huge
bunch of compensation. Wow. I mean, that is a lot. Like you said, yeah. So the Cardinals trade back, they got now a couple of picks in the second round. They still got 12, and now they got 2 first-round picks in 24, 2 third-round picks. So, even though Kyler Murray, has that deal, maybe they say, you know what? We might could get out of that and go get a new quarterback next year, maybe. They could say that. That could work out very well for both sides when it comes to that. So, I mean, that is, wow. I mean, great searching on that, on getting thoughts. But the Colts are now on the clock to pick. I hear is in.
So what do the Colts do? Do they go Will Levis? Do they go Anthony Richardson? I mean,
that is an excellent question.
Quarterback, right?
I think they definitely go quarterback. I think they go I think they're going with Will Levis. I think they go Will Levis. They've been very high on Will Levis. Of course, they're taking a look at the war room with Jim Irsay, with his old decrepit self. And Chris Ballard knows his job is on the line. Chris Ballard's job is on the line because, and of course they're showing Anthony Richardson, it could be him. It could be Levis. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
But this could be really, really bad for the Tennessee Titans.
No, oh my. Oh my.
Oh.
All right. The pick is in.
My goodness.
We know what it is. We know what it is.
Hey.
Here
we go.
What? It's all good. It's all good.
I'm actually very happy though, because the Titans didn't pick him.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that too. I know there's a certain guy, Jared Stillman, that is extremely sad right now that Anthony Richardson will now be in the Colts. So now we're not only going to have to face C.J. Stroud twice a year, we may end up now facing Anthony Richardson twice a year. But this has been crazy already. And it just got started. Wow. This draft has already turned completely upside down. That is crazy. And I'm trying to do my best because I know I have something going on, but the simulator, but I was trying to have a backup plan. But this is crazy. Anthony Richardson goes to Indy. And they better have a quarterback in place because he's not ready right now, in my opinion. I don't think he's ready.
They have Gardner Minshew right now. Remember they signed Gardner Minshew?
Oh, that's right. They have Gardner Minshew.
So Gardner Minshew will be the likely starter. They still have Sam Ellinger from the University of Texas, who will be going into his third season, I believe. And then they'll have Anthony Richardson to groom for the future. So now in the AFC South, you got Trevor Lawrence, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson,
and Ryan
Tannehill.
Right now, you have the fourth best quarterback in the division.
Well, not right now. Tannehill's better than either of those guys right now. Right now.
We'll see.
I don't know about 2024. But right now, Tannehill's still better than C.J. Stroud and Anthony Richardson.
Exactly. So, Fable says Texas still have Cleveland's first round pick next year. So that's right. So the Texans still got 2 picks next year, but they got a quarterback. So
still got your feedback, your TV feedback, I think.
Oh, that's right. So I have to keep that down. I have to remember that. So I mean,
full disclosure, I'm not a Will Levis guy. I'm hoping we don't take Will Levis at 11 if he's there. I see a lot of Jake Locker qualities there that I don't like, and I'm just hoping we go offensive line or wide receiver at that spot.
I think that might be the best case scenario. I definitely agree. I think that's the best case scenario is that you don't go Will Levis. I don't really want him either. But the Seahawks are now on the clock at 5. And now that Will Anderson is gone, I really think I know where they might be going too. I mean, I haven't seen anything. I think this is Jalen Carter.
Could be Jalen Carter. Could be the guy from Texas Tech.
Yeah, could be Kyrie. There definitely could be Tyree. You know, you could definitely see that as well. But this draft has had some fireworks already. And everybody, I apologize. I know I'm not getting to everybody's comments as quickly, but we might be stuck with Tannehill, y'all. I think that might be the case. And this might be like, I think somebody said, Malik, you might get your shot. Show that you've improved. I don't want Will Levis either. I think he makes a lot of mistakes. Kind of weird. He does have a little moxie to him, but we really don't have a choice but to keep Tannehill. I mean, yeah, at this point, I think that's what it might be. And so, of course, Philomatic says, can you say zone read with AR-15 and Taylor and Pittman on the outside? Woo. Wow. This is I know there and Titan Overdrive is with you, Ken. Jake Locker vibes from Will Levis. So
nah, bro, I don't want him at all.
I don't want it either.
Ooh.
Now
I was praying the coach would take it. I was
hoping that too. Now, Jimmy, I could get behind this. Trade back, you get Hendon Hooker, pick up some more picks, and you still have a quarterback, even though he might be a little bit older. You know, give him time to heal, give him time. So I would be okay with Hendon Hooker more than Will Levis. What do you think about that, Ken?
Anybody over Will Levis. I'm not drafting Will Levis. I'm not drafting Will Levis I'm not even drafting Will Levis in the second round. So no. Hendon Hooker, that's fine. I'm not. He's coming off an injury. He's 25.
Now that's true too.
I'm thinking Super Bowl, right? I'm not thinking compete. I'm thinking Super Bowl. So
yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of like warm milk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I mean, I just think it's time to go into rebuild mode. It is time. And the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, they're on commercial right now, but this has been a crazy draft already. You know, there's definitely a lot of talk going on with where things could go or what could happen. And I think Seattle goes defense for sure. And if you're the Titans, what the heck do you do?
Well, here's the thing is that, and this is why, you know, you guys haven't seen me on a lot of social media doing all this pre-draft stuff, is because 99% of the stuff you hear is false. And the Jeffrey Simmons stuff, you know, he's getting traded. And you know, Kevin Byers getting traded. And Derrick Henry's getting traded. And Ryan Tannehill's getting traded. And all this stuff. And then all this stuff today and yesterday. Oh, the Titans are talking with the Cardinals. They may be getting DeAndre Hopkins and the number 3 pick. And, you know, just all this nonsense that it gets you emotionally overexcited or over-depressed is what it does.
And you're right.
It gets you overexcited for what may happen, but has a very little chance of happening. It's like going to the store and buying a lottery ticket. It's a chance you could win a lottery, but it's more of a chance you just wasted $5, right?
That's true too.
You've wasted a lot of energy over the last 2 to 3 weeks on all this energy, negative energy, positive energy, whatever it is, but you just have to sit back and relax and let the draft take its course. Let it take its course. You know,
you have to be prepared for every contingency. So the Seahawks can pick. Before he does, Dino Rossini quickly said Houston made a wild trade. Titans were fighting to go to 3. Once Houston picked Stroud, they pulled back.
Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon.
Oh, not what I was thinking.
Oh, there he is.
So Seattle goes corner with Devin Witherspoon from Illinois, the highly talented corner who a lot of people thought could go in the top 10. But I know he's coming off of an injury. And so that's going to be very, very interesting to see how he fits in that Seahawk defense. Maybe they're trying to see if they can rebuild the Legion of Boom, all over again. So they do not go Tyree Wilson or Jalen Carter, but I still think this means there are going to be some good players on the board for the Tennessee Titans. I definitely do, but back to what I was saying. Diana Rossini tweeted, the Houston Texans made a wild move. The Titans were fighting to get to 3, but once Houston picked C.J. Stroud, the Titans pulled their offer with Arizona. So it looked like a deal was in place with Arizona, but Houston
I believe that.
Messed that up.
I believe that. I believe that they had those conversations. I believe if C.J. Stroud was there at 3, the Titans would have made a play for that, but the Texans control the draft. The Texans controlled the draft. They had 2, 12, and 33. And when you control the draft, you can dictate what happens behind you. And that's what happens when you have a bad football team and a bad franchise, right? You don't ever want to be in that position, Tennessee, where you have the 2nd pick, the 12th pick, and the 33rd pick. That means you're very, very, very bad. And nobody wants to be that bad, right?
Exactly. So, and Derek, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm at work closing. Hey, I understand. Keep working, keep making that money. Absolutely. I definitely appreciate the super chat. But Devin Witherspoon, very talented corner out of Illinois. Definitely was coming off of injury, played in the Big Ten. I know there's a couple of defensive players that for Illinois that could definitely go. And so now the Lions are on the clock at number 6. Could they go Jalen Carter? They already have Aiden Hutchinson. So if they go Jalen Carter or Tyree Wilson, they still need help on defense. They could go Christian Gonzalez. As well. That could definitely be something. Derek Robinson says, please stay away from D-Hop.
I think it's either Carter or Gonzalez. I think if they want to go D-line, if they want to take the chance on Jalen Carter, I would be very, very leery of him, considering he came into his own pro day out of shape and couldn't even finish the drill. I still have Isaiah Wilson flashbacks from Georgia. So personally, I would probably go Christian Gonzalez. But if you think you can pair him with Hutchinson, and then you'd have a devastating defensive line, but you got to be 99% sure, man, that kid is committed to football, Jalen Carter, before you make that move.
Now, I'm going to say this, and this is just a pipe dream. What if he's there at 11? If Jalen Carter has a big fall, could you imagine? Now, even though we have the Georgia flashbacks, I get it. I have Georgia PTSD too. And I know Teron has always coached me and said, you cannot blacklist a school. Although I do blacklist Georgia. But I will say, if he gets his mind right, pair him with Jeffrey Simmons, you have Harold Landry, Danico Autry, Big Jeff, Jalen Carter, Arden Key, Rashad Weaver coming off the bench, Tierre Tart if he signs his tender. That might be a pretty mean defensive line to go up against, but the character concerns, you definitely cannot.
Look, let me ask you this. You got to think about it. You're Rand Carthon. Do you want that to be the first pick on your resume?
Now, that's
Do
true.
you want to roll? You want to roll that dice?
That's true. Chris Hayes, Georgia lineman. Yes, I do. Yes,
you know what I'm saying?
I do.
You want to roll? You want to roll that dice with your first pick as a general manager?
Yeah, that may not be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah,
I just again,
might not be. You know, if you got to look, you know, if you got a little, you've been there for a minute and you've accomplished some things, and you can kind of roll the dice on something like that. I don't think you want to. You don't want to make that your first move.
Yeah, that is true. I would definitely. That would be a interesting move, but it would be one that would definitely come with a lot of questions. That much is true. I will say I see our resident Titans hater is in the building as well. Of course, Kent Woods is in the building, of course, saying the Titans will never be good. I mean, I will give it to him. He said he would never be a Titans fan again. And, you know, he's a friend of the show. But everybody, feel free to pick on him respectfully. I do it too. I pick on him respectfully and have some fun with him. You know, he does troll, but wait a minute, there could be more. The Cardinals trade back up with the Detroit Lions. And now the Detroit Lions trade back. The Cardinals traded back to 12 and now are trading back up to trading back up with Arizona, with Detroit. So now the Cardinals are on the clock.
No.
And the pick is in. And why do I have the feeling this pick is Paris Johnson?
Oh, no.
I get the feeling. And I see it in Kid's face. This night is just continuing to get bad. So the Lions get number 34, and they get a second-round pick, and they go back to 12, and they also still have 18. But I get the feeling another big-time Titans possibility is off the board. I get that. I am getting that feeling. I think with the sad look on Ken's face, I know where the Cardinals are going. And unfortunately, I think I do too. And I dare say, this has been a bad night.
With the sixth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
Dang! There goes one of our picks.
All right.
Wow.
Let's regroup.
We're going to have to regroup again.
All right. You're Vrabel. I'm Rand Carthon. We got to regroup.
Yeah, the board is getting reset by the second.
All right.
Because
we got to regroup.
Everything that can go wrong, it's like Stephen A. would say, what can go wrong has went wrong so far. Paris Johnson, the offensive tackle from the Arizona Cardinals, from the Ohio State Buckeyes, going to Arizona. They trade up with the Lions and go get him. I think they were afraid that the Bears might take him, and now the Bears may take Stroyansky at 9. This is a nightmare. People said, what is the worst case scenario? Right now, this is kind of it. I mean, I know we're talking about all teams, and and I apologize if there are other football fans in here, and I may not be talking as much about your team, and I apologize for that, but feel free to comment. But as far as the Titans concerned, this is a nightmare situation. Houston has screwed us. Houston has screwed us twice. Houston screwed us twice.
Wow.
And then the Cardinals, and Monty Ossenfort. I'm like, Monty, you worked for us, and you decide to screw us over. But you know what? Miss Teresa So texted me. I asked her, I said, do you have a nugget? And she said, I said, maybe Monty will do us a favor. And she said, there are no friends when it comes to GMs. And so she is absolutely right.
No.
Wow.
All right. So we still got the best wide receiver on the board.
Yep.
Okay. We still got that. We still got the kid from Northwestern on the board. I think what has happened has ruled out the possible trade that I was thinking would happen with Atlanta to move to 8.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people are mad about Houston. A lot of people on the chat, Justin Lawson and others. Again, I'm going to show everybody's comments as much as I can. Houston completely screwed this whole draft all the way up. If Harris is gone, they may as well hang it up for the draft, just prepare for a garbage season. No quarterback, no good line. There's still good offensive linemen on the board. This is a very strong offensive line draft, even though people may not admit it. Jackson Smith and Jigba is still on the board. Don't be, and I now could go anywhere. It could be that we go defense. If Christian Gonzalez is there, I said Christian Gonzalez could be my dark horse underrated pick because we do need help at corner. We got Sean Murphy Bunting, Christian Fulton. We don't know how healthy he's going to be. Christian Gonzalez could be a good possibility. And remember, we could trade back as well, still get some picks, and still get some good players. So I think trading back is a big-time possibility. But this draft has turned completely upside down and on its head. The Las Vegas Raiders are up at 7. I don't know if they go quarterback. They may go defense. I don't know which way they could possibly go. Although they are showing Christian Gonzalez on the screen, and it looks like sometimes, it's like the NBA draft, how it used to be that, they would show the people, or even the NFL draft, they would show people on the phone, with the team before they do the picks. They're trying to avoid that. And so, they're trying to avoid that by kind of telling what the picks are before they do it. But I definitely could see defense here. Maybe the Raiders take Will Levis, but I think they got Jimmy G out there in Vegas. So, a lot of people are down about this draft right now.
It's all right, guys. It's good. Don't panic. And I'm gonna tell you why. This is just my opinion. The Texans gave up way too much to move back up to number 3. You would have lost your minds if the Titans had given up a first and a first and a second, a first and a third next year to move up to get Will Anderson or whoever. Even CJ Stroud, I think that would have been too much to move up to get. Your second round pick this year and your first and second round pick next year. Just in my opinion, that was way too much.
Absolutely.
Too much to give up the short.
I definitely agree, and I'm gonna keep working on updating.
First and third next year, the Texans gave up. They gave up the second round pick this year, a first. So essentially, they gave up a first, a second, and a third. A first, a second, and a third.
Yeah.
For Will Anderson. And we would have had to give up the same thing to go get CJ Stroud. A first, a second, and a third. Would it have been worth it? Would it have been worth it?
For CJ Stroud, I would say yes. For CJ Stroud. Now, for
Well, we could have
anybody else,
but we could have did it.
we could have.
If the Titans thought it was worth that, they could have made that trade.
Yeah, but I don't. The Texans, even though they said, well, we'll trade with anybody, they weren't going to trade within the division. They weren't going to do that. They weren't going to give us C.J. Stroud.
No. I'm talking about with Arizona.
Arizona.
Yeah, with Arizona. If we thought that's what it was, we could have made that deal. If we thought that's what it was.
Yeah, and we could have went up to number 1 if we wanted to. If we really wanted one of these quarterbacks, we could have went up to number 1. The Raiders are in. They got Chandler Jones. They got Devontae Adams. I know Devontae Adams may not be very happy that Derek Carr is gone.
Ooh.
But they paid him a lot of money. And, the Raiders can be annoying. There's some annoying Raider fans. I will say that. So let's see where they go.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson.
Interesting. Raiders
defensive help.
Get some more defensive help. They go, they get Tyree to go along with Chandler Jones and Mad Max beyond the Thunderdome. And for anybody who knows me, knows I am a huge Max Crosby fan. I love Mad Max. That dude has a motor that never quits. And now they add Tyree Wilson, the edge rusher. And so I think that continues to make that Raider defense better. And, I definitely like it for him. He can line up inside or outside, and they can rotate Mad Max and Chandler Jones. So that way you got a pretty nice 3-headed combination right there. So nice pick for the Raiders. And now the Falcons and our former offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, is now on the clock at 8. And Ken, you said that it is possible that we could have possibly traded with Atlanta, but looks like that wouldn't happen. So, this is
yeah, because right now you're in a good spot. What you have to worry, let's assume that we want the wide receiver from Ohio State. Okay, so if we're looking at the draft board now, so you have Atlanta, wide receiver is not a need. Chicago, wide receiver is not a need. Philadelphia, wide receiver is really not a need, right?
Right.
So the Titans are in line to get the receiver that they want unless somebody jumps in front of them to get the receiver that they want.
Yeah, that could happen too. The way that this draft is gone, anything can happen. And so now Atlanta's on the clock, and, they were thinking maybe they could go quarterback. And I am probably going to take a very quick breather after the Titans pick for a second. But could the Falcons possibly be going quarterback? They have Desmond Ridder, and they said they wanted Ridder. They could go Jalen Carter, keep him in the state of Georgia, which I don't know if that's the best idea. You might want to get him out of Georgia.
He's dropping like a rock, huh?
He's dropping. Will Levis is dropping. That's something. So, I think a lot of people saying, Texas won't
Will Levis will be there at 11. He will be there at 11. And
here's what I would do. If Will Levis is there at 11, fleece somebody. Somebody's going to be desperate.
Who?
To get a quarterback.
Who?
I would say Maybe Washington at 16. Tampa
They
Bay
have
at
to-
19. Both need quarterbacks. I mean, I
Washington's
won't
not
necessarily
taking
say
a quarterback.
Green Bay. Was that?
I don't think Washington's going to take a quarterback.
I mean, they could. I mean, they have. I don't know if they really believe in Sam Howell because they did bring in Jacoby Brissett to possibly compete with him. Tampa Bay, I think, definitely could go quarterback, even though they got Baker Mayfield, but it's only for a year. And if Tampa Bay wants the quarterback, Tampa Bay's got to give up a first next year. I want a number one next year. If you want a quarterback and you want us to trade back to 19, you need to give us your second and your third or fourth and a number one next year. I would fleece Tampa Bay if I could, or any team that wants a quarterback. If Will Levis is on the board, I am bargaining him to trade back. I wouldn't pick him myself.
So you got Tampa at 19. You got Seattle again at 20, who could look to move up if they want to put Will Levis behind Geno Smith. Minnesota, Jacksonville, the Giants, Dallas, Buffalo, Cincinnati. You're not going all the way back to 29 at New Orleans. So it would have to be 19 or 20 with Tampa or Seattle.
Yeah. Trilogy said, you know what? The way this draft is going, Houston already screwed us twice. Why not screw us one more time and go get JSN too? Might as well just completely kill us. I mean, it would not shock me if that did happen. They have the capital to do it.
Well, I don't know if they still have the capital. They gave it all away.
Yeah, they gave quite a bit of it away. So, you know, like I said, y'all, let me know what y'all think of the stream. Again, I know I can't get to everybody's comments extremely fast because I know they're coming hot. And, you know, I'm definitely trying to make sure we keep up with what's happening. But, wow, this draft is completely insane of what's going on. And, you know, Atlanta's on the clock. The pick is in. We're going to see who the Falcons go with. Does Arthur Smith challenge Desmond Ridder? Does he get a wide receiver to go along? Maybe not. They could use some help on the offensive line. They really could use help on defense. They definitely could use help on D. I could definitely see that as well. And somebody else is on the clock. I think there may be a trade in mind because I see red colors and it is not the Bears. So we'll definitely have to see what's happening.
Oh,
but now
the Eagles have traded up to 9.
The Eagles are trading up a spot. And
oh my God. Okay, so we missed number 8, right? Atlanta?
No, we're at 8 now.
Okay, I see it. Wow. I love it. I love it.
So the pick is in, and, you know, right now it looks like there could be that. And so, again, y'all, thank y'all for tuning in tonight. Definitely make sure, and I forgot to sure mention this at the beginning, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And here's Atlanta.
Can't hear it.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
Woo! I think Arthur Smith, he's like, look, I'm trying to build my own Tennessee Titans. He's got the tight end, he's got a quarterback, and now Bijan Robinson going to Atlanta.
He's got his new Derrick Henry.
Yep.
He's got his new Derrick Henry.
Bijan is Atlanta's Derrick Henry. I agree completely.
He got his new Derrick Henry.
That is, I mean, wow.
Wow.
Hook 'em horns.
And you know, he said he wanted to go to Philadelphia. He wanted to play with Jalen Hurts because him and Jalen Hurts have the same agent. And Philly needs a running back. Philly needs a running back. And so I know Philadelphia has just traded up to number 9, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah, they just traded up one spot. So Jimmy J. Mack, your Eagles are on the clock now at 9. A trade has been made. The Eagles are now traded one spot with the Chicago Bears. Interested to see what the compensation is. I know we got nearly 30 people listening in. Definitely thank everybody for tuning in. Keep going. We're definitely going to see what can happen. And it looks like the Bears are getting a 4th round pick next year. So the Eagles aren't even giving up anything in this draft. They're giving up a 4th next year to move up one spot. So they're going to give up a 2024 4th round pick to move up one spot.
Interesting.
And from what I'm seeing on Twitter, I think I know where they're going. And let me just possibly say, the rich get richer. That's what it sounds like. And it is and I believe it is at a position they are already stacked at. And they just got better. So there's already a position that they're good at. Bijan Robinson goes to the Atlanta Falcons. And again, he goes along with Kyle Pitts, who is a heck of a tight end. Desmond Ridder gets a running game. You know, Arthur Smith is probably all smiles. And again, why do I feel like the rich are about to get richer in Philadelphia on a particular side of the ball?
I haven't seen it yet, so you know it before I do.
Now, again, I'm just going by what I'm seeing on Twitter. But, you know, again, Stroyansky is there. You know, the Eagles could definitely go offensive line because that is a strength of theirs. Maybe they go defensive line, you know. And if they go defensive line again, I mean, that would just be unfair.
Gonna take that midnight train to Georgia.
That's what it looks like. I think it is. I think we might be singing that Gladys song after all.
Well, man, I'm so happy for Bijan. I wish he would have went to Philly because I know he wanted to go to Philly. But Arthur Smith, I worry about Desmond Ridder, but he's going to take a lot of pressure off of Desmond Ridder. He's going to take a lot of pressure off that young quarterback. People talk about you can't draft a running back in the top 10. No, you can definitely draft a running back in the top 10. And this is going to give Arthur Smith everything that he wants.
Now, yeah, definitely. I mean, Bijan, he is Derrick Henry with the ability to be a 3-down back. I mean, you ain't got to take him off the field. He can play all 3 downs.
All three downs.
He can play all 3 downs. You ain't got to take him off the field.
He reminds me a lot of Marshall Faulk.
This is going to be interesting. And bad thing is, we play Atlanta this year. Bijan Robinson will be coming to Nashville. Now, I'm going to feel bad for him. He's going to get hit by Big Jeff. He's going to get hit by Big Jeff and Danico Autry quite often, but he's a heck of a back. Dion says, I want to be happy, but I know it's going to be some BS. So I think after the Titans pick, I think we all might get a stretch.
Yep.
And we'll take a stretch, take a quick breather, and then we will catch up on the next picks when we come back after after Philly makes their pick, which I think we know where they're going. And again, I think the rich are getting richer. So, Philly, for wrestling fans, next year's WrestleMania is going to be there. Cowboys, Giants, Commanders, prepare to be upset.
The Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
What was the one thing that one of the things the Eagles did better than anybody else in the league? They knew how to get after the quarterback.
Rush the passer.
They knew how to rush the passer. They had the best defensive line in the league. Now, I believe Jalen Hargrave, one of the big defensive linemen, is gone, I believe, from the Eagle defensive line. I believe he, agreed to a deal with the 49ers, Javon Hargrave. That's what it was. Javon Hargrave, of course, gone to the 49ers. So Jalen Carter basically takes his place. So the Eagles lose Hargrave, get Jalen Carter, and they give up nothing basically to do it. And so, Jalen Carter, a lot of people thought that he was going to slide. I see tears coming down his eyes because, we all heard all the character concerns, coming in overweight and things like that. I think this might be the perfect situation for Jalen Carter. Coming in with an already experienced defensive line, and they just got bigger, meaner, and better. Cowboy fans, I feel sorry for y'all. Giant fans, I feel sorry for y'all. Commander fans, I feel sorry for y'all.
Whoa.
And it sounds like there's more.
Whoa. The Bears pick is in. The Bears pick is in, Tennessee.
Woo!
The Bears pick is
very
in.
Interesting.
Tennessee. Tennessee.
Bears on the clock, and the pick is in. And wow. I wasn't expecting this one.
Titans in the on deck circle.
Yep, Titans are now about to be on the clock in just a moment because the Bears pick is in. They traded back with the Eagles one spot, and this really doesn't hurt anybody because, again, all they did was get a 4th round pick, so it's not like they got fleeced. They didn't.
Chris, you're gonna have to educate me on this guy once they announce the pick because I don't know much about him, if anything.
I could definitely do that on this particular pick. It's definitely a guy.
Is that somebody you wanted us to get?
Somebody, I think it was somebody that would be interesting. I think it was somebody that could be interesting. I think this guy at the position I had was probably my 3rd best prospect at this position. And there is one prospect I pray to God, there's 2, that I pray to God they don't pick. One is Will Levis. The other is also in the SEC and was a teammate of Jalen Carter. I pray to God they don't pick Broderick Jones. I mean, don't get me wrong. He seemed like he's a very good offensive lineman, but again, I have that offensive line from Georgia PTSD, and that would make me more angry if they picked Will Levis, if that happened. Now, again, I will tell y'all, let's see, Atlanta, I'm gonna update. Let's see, Atlanta went Bijan Robinson at 8. Chicago traded with Philly and got Jalen Carter. And then Chicago, well, we know where they're about to go. But again, there are still, you still got some guys. Yep, Will Levis is on the board. You got Peter Stroyansky's on the board. Jackson Smith and Jigba's still on the board. Christian Gonzalez, the corner out of Oregon, is still sitting there.
There's some talent.
There's still some talent.
So you got a quarterback, a wide receiver, 2 tackles, and a cornerback. Who y'all want? I agree. Who y'all want? Who y'all want?
Let's see. Who do we think? Reggie B thinks we go wide receiver. Trilogy says trade back. Josh says Stroyansky will be a good pick, and I wouldn't disagree with that. Because, again, like I said, what I think we would do, you let Dillard and Stroyansky battle it out. I know there's questions about the arm length of Stroyansky, but you could have them battle it out. Winner is left tackle, loser's left guard.
Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright.
There it is. That is a definite surprise. Darnell Wright, the tackle out of UT, out of the University of Tennessee, Ball Nation.
Okay.
Darnell Wright.
Seconds. I'll be back for the pick. Give me 60 seconds.
All right. So Ken Moore's going to take a break. So Darnell Wright goes to Chicago. You know, I thought they would go offensive line because they do need to protect Justin Fields since they feel Justin Fields is their guy. The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. The Titans are now on the clock. And, you know, I think trading down can definitely happen. Wow, the pick is in. The Tennessee Titans have made their choice. They're not trading down. And some tells me the guy that they want is there. And I'm hoping it ain't Will Levis either. But honestly, the pick that I think we're about to make, I think it's a very good one. But the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Get hyped, get excited. Where do we go? Because I think Chris, I would say don't put out the pick just yet. Don't put the pick out just yet. I mean, we got to have some drama. We got to have some drama. We got to, we got to have it where, we got to think about it. And again, whether this pick happens, the Titans' night may not be done. But the Tennessee Titans are now on the clock. They have their shot at a pick. The pick is indeed in. And then the Lions will go back on the clock at 12 because they traded back with Arizona, who traded back up. They went from 3 to 12, traded back up from 12 to 6. So I know where they're going. And I'm going to tell you, despite the chaos, I think this is going to be all right. And plus, I also get the feeling I don't think the Titans' night is done after this pick. I don't think their night is over. And we got Ken coming back in. Ken, we back on the clock, and
Yeah, I think we know what it is.
And I will say, I think Titan fans, I think you're gonna be okay with this pick. I do think so. And I was just telling everybody, one thing that I don't think the Titans' night is over after this pick. Something tells me I don't think their night is over.
You think we're trading back into the first round?
I think it could be possible we trade back in because there was something out there. One of the last visits that the Titans had was with Zay Flowers from Boston College, and from the lying rumor mill, somebody, they reported and said that somebody in the Titans organization told Zay, "Hey, get used to Nashville. Get used to Nashville." So I could see the Titans maybe trading back. I like that with Derek. I appreciate Frazier knowing the inside out. And like I said, I pick up on it too. Ken's picking up on it as well. And we're definitely going to see. But I think, no matter what happens with this pick, I don't think the night is done by any means. I think there's something else that's going to happen. They're going to definitely try to get some more capital, and they're definitely going to try to, definitely do some more things. I think the Titans tried to trade back, and I don't think they had any suitors. I don't think they had any real suitors.
I think it was only two options as far as trading back. Like I said, I think it was Tampa and Seattle. And look, Will Levis may still be there at 19 and 20 because I don't think anyone is
and of course
is going for it. So
and you see Mike Vrabel, you see Rand Carthon and Amy Adams Strunk. We don't see Mike Vrabel walking off this time. But Vrabel is sitting there with some intensity in his eyes. They got the circle.
This kid is screaming interior line. We still haven't had a wide receiver selected, and this team was 30th.
And right now, the fact that a wide receiver has not been picked yet does wonders for us because I think in the second round, there are going to be plenty of wide receivers. There are going to be plenty of wide receivers to choose from.
Usually what happens is when one wide receiver goes, then there's a run on wide receivers.
There's a run.
Right? Like
the Titans might get in on that.
We've seen the run on offensive linemen. We've seen two offensive linemen taken ahead of us. Right?
Yep.
So it could be a run on offensive linemen right now.
Here we go. Now, before some of you decide to say, "Oh my God, another boring pick," let me say this, and I said this earlier. I really like this pick. I really do. You need some nastiness and you also need some smarts. We saw what happened with the Dennis Daly. We don't want to go through that again. And obviously with this pick, either way, I think they believe Andre Dillard is their left tackle of the future. But they're going to give Stroyansky, I believe, a shot. I think what's going to happen is going to be a battle between Stroyansky and Dillard. I think the winner is left tackle. The loser is left guard. I really think that's the case. So I think it's a win-win. Because I think you just fixed two spots at the same time. And now your offensive line is almost complete. You have MPF on the right. You're going to have probably Dillard on the left. You're going to have Stroyansky at left guard, Brunskill at right guard. I would be okay if Corey Levin is at center over Aaron Brewer. I mean, Brewer probably plays better at center. But I know a lot of people think this is a boring pick. And yes, it's not sexy. It is not sexy, but it is necessary.
It's necessary.
He was my number 2 offensive lineman on my board. He was my second best lineman behind. He's my second best lineman behind Paris Johnson. Again, good technique. Power in the run game. He's an anchor. Some good footwork. You know, could be better at guard.
I mean, this guy could turn out. He could turn out, Chris, to be the second best guard in the division behind Quentin Nelson.
I think so.
He could
and
turn
he's
out
a very good pass protector. He is a very good pass protector. Yeah. Now, he's going to have to bulk up against bigger, powerful rushers, but I do think that is an excellent pick. You know, again, Ryan Reynolds said it in Hitman Bodyguard. Boring is best. It may be boring, but it's going to be good. Lions are on the clock.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll say before we go to break is that
Lions, they see Bijan Robinson gone. The Lions go Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back from Alabama. I thought he might be there in round 2.
Man, you know I love to see running backs go, man. That was my position. I love to see running backs getting the love. I'm excited for these kids. Very happy for Jamar. Wow, that's a shocker. That's a shocker.
I think that's a reach. I think that's a reach.
Yeah, I'm happy for him. I'm not sure I'm happy with the pick. I'm not sure I'm happy with the pick.
He's dynamic. He is. Why does he give me Chris Johnson-esque vibe? Maybe not complete speed, but he gives me those vibes.
Well, if you don't mind, I want to hop back to the Titans real quick.
Go right ahead.
What this pick tells me is that the organization is not looking to rebuild, right? They're looking to rebuild this offensive line so that we can continue to run Derrick Henry. We can continue to control the clock in football games, try to set up Ryan Tannehill for play action passes, hope that he's going to be healthy, depend on the defense to carry us next season, get that same formula. They want to get that same formula back that they had in 2019 and 2020 when we were able to make deep runs into the playoffs. Now, second day, I don't know if we have the capital to trade back into the first round, but tomorrow, assuming that we have our second round pick, right?
We have a second.
Right.
We have our second and our third.
Right. Got our second and our third. So we should have at least 2 picks tomorrow to go grab a wide receiver. I personally like Tank Dell from the University of Houston. I think if he's there in the 3rd round, he's a guy that can beat you over the top. He's a guy that's great on special teams as well, punt returns and kick returns.
Mm-hmm.
So keep that name in mind, Tank Dell. But you can also get, a wide receiver or another offensive weapon in the second round. It's a 7-round draft. It's not just a 1-round draft. But I think what the Titans did in the first round is tell you that we're not in rebuild mode. We're in reload mode, and we're going to try to strengthen our weaknesses to get back to the team that we were before we fell apart with all of the injuries last season.
And, it's always been said, you have to build from the inside out. And I said quite a bit, I said that what the Titans need to do, retool the defense. You retool the defense, reload the defense, because you're pretty set defensively, just about. And you got to completely rebuild this offense. Now, I think the way that this is going, I think this tells me that they're probably going to run it back one more time with Tannehill and Henry. And Mike Vrabel better win, because if he doesn't, he might be out. And so I think they got to go offensive heavy. And there are going to be a lot of good wide receivers in rounds 2 and 3. And I could also see us getting another offensive lineman in round 2 or 3 as well. A John Michael Schmidt or a Joe Tipman to play center. So, they're definitely going to rebuild this. They have definitely put a lot of stock into rebuilding this offensive line. I know a lot of fans are thinking that they're completely ignoring the wide receiver position. I can guarantee you they are not going to ignore the wide receiver position much longer. That I can promise you. I think they're going to at least pick 2 wide receivers in this draft. I think they're going to pick 2. They're going to have to. So, again, we said a quarterback, there was rumors that a quarterback could take a fall. Right now, that quarterback is Will Levis. He is falling tremendously. He might have a Aaron Rodgers type night. And don't be shocked if Hendon Hooker gets picked before him.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, Vrabel might be the safest coach in the league. Amy not built to move on from him. Again, Amy wants to win. They just got that stadium deal. She knows a winner has to be in place for that new stadium. There has to be a winner. And of course, the Packers are in this situation because they traded with Aaron Rodgers, which the way that this is going, I think this is a bad trade for the Jets because all they get Aaron Rodgers, they swap 2 spots and a 5th rounder. The Packers got 13. They got a 2nd rounder. They got a conditional 2nd rounder that could turn into a 1st next year because Aaron Rodgers is going to play a lot. And the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
The 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa.
And of course, the Packers don't pick wide receiver for Jordan Love. They go Luca Van Ness, edge rusher from Iowa. And I will say,
I'll say this, Chris. If there's a spot for Will Levis, be right here. Bill Belichick. The Patriots had a personal visit with Will Levis. Bill Belichick was peeved at Mac Jones for going outside the building to get some help last season when they had Matt Patricia and Joe Judge as his offensive coordinators. So all is not rosy at the quarterback position in New England. So it would not shock me if this is the spot that Will Levis goes, and then Mac Jones could be on the trading block, because they also have Bailey Zappi as well, who showed promise as a young quarterback. So this will be an interesting pick right here with the New England Patriots.
And, if Titan fans are watching, what I just saw that may give some Titans a little bit of a pause is that there was a rep Luca Van Ness had against Northwestern, and he put Peter Stoyanski on his ass, literally. But that was one of the weaknesses that I said. And it looks like the Patriots are Belichick doing his normal. They are trading. The Steelers are going up, and they're not going quarterback. So the Steelers trade with the New England Patriots and Belichick. Belichick loves to trade back. Why do I have the feeling a hometown kid is going to stay in the state of Pennsylvania? I have this feeling.
Well, and that's possible. That's possible. Also, there was talk prior to of the Steelers talking with the Titans about trading up to number 11 to move up to that spot. So now you see the Steelers trade up again. They complete the deal this time to 14. New England will fall back to 17.
Oh, I just thought of something. What if there's a shocker and Pittsburgh picks Jordan Addison to go along with his old buddy, Kenny Pickett? I could also see Joey Porter following his father's footsteps in Pittsburgh. Going to Pittsburgh. I could see that too.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think they might go Joey Porter Jr., but I could also see, we see Jahmyr Gibbs go up way earlier, but I think, Jordan Addison going with his old boy, Kenny Pickett, is possible. Now, I am glad we didn't pick Broderick Jones again, because, again, I have Isaiah Wilson vibes. Dionys J-Rob messed us up. Says we're going to suck this year. Darren Robinson, they must believe in Jordan Love. I guess so. There has been a run on linemen. Ken, you said it. Once there's a start on offensive linemen, there is a run. And there has been a run on offensive linemen. So the Patriots trade back for 3 spots. They get number 17, and they also get a 4th-round pick, which is pick 120. So they get an extra 4th. And I know there's a lot of fans. Good first pick for Ram from Elite. I think next year we go all in with the cap. They're going to have over $100 million. I would say we go all in. We'll have all our picks, I believe. And if we want to trade up for a quarterback, then we do. I think that's what we should do. I think we try to suck and go for a quarterback next year. We're going to have to see about that. OC615 says I'm pissed. Hooker, better than Willis, in my opinion, but not the answer. We'll see. Mingo in the 2nd round. So we're definitely going to find out where the Steelers go, but I think they're going to go corner. I think it's Joey Porter. Now, Christian Gonzalez is still there too, which I am shocked he's still on the board.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive
there it is. Steelers at 14. Trade up to go get Broderick Jones, tackle out of Georgia. Again, I had serious PTSD from Georgia offensive linemen. And I'm hoping that they don't get Isaiah Wilson 2.0, but I think he may be a little bit better. We're definitely going to find out. You know, Pittsburgh is a tough city. It's a very tough city. Steel City, you know, they are all about, you know, put your hard hat on and go to work. And so
you got to go to work with Mike Tomlin, and that's a good move by Pittsburgh because everybody and their mother knew that the Jets needed an offensive tackle at 15, and you see all these offensive tackles go before the Jets could make their selection. And of course, the Jets gave up their slot because they flip-flopped in the Aaron Rodgers trade. Yep. So they don't have a left tackle now to protect Aaron Rodgers, at least a quality one, because you can tell me how your offensive tackle draft board looks, but looks like all the quality offensive tackles are gone now.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, that, you know, it is, you know, it's just crazy how this draft is gone. I mean, it is complete and utter pandemonium. It is complete and utter chaos that has been caused. And so, you know, I think definitely they wanted an offensive line. But now, like you said, you know, all of the good offensive linemen, all the good offensive line, with the exception of maybe Anton Harrison, another offensive lineman from Oklahoma, who I thought could go late first round, is possibly going to, you know, somebody's going to go higher than they were supposed to go. So just updating the ticker. Carolina went Bryce Young at 1, Houston C.J. Stroud at 2, Will Anderson, Houston again at 3, Anthony Richardson at 4 to Indy, Devin Witherspoon 5 to Seattle, 6 Arizona Paris Johnston, 7 Raiders Tyree Wilson, 8 Falcons go with Bijan Robinson at 9, Philly trade up for Jalen Carter, Chicago Darnell Wright at 10, the Titans stay at 11 and pick Peter Stroyansky out of Northwestern. At 12, the Detroit Lions go Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama. 13, the Green Bay Packers go Luca Van Ness out of Iowa. And at 14, the Steelers trade up and get Broderick Jones. And now the Jets are on the clock at 15, and they traded back, of course, because of the Aaron Rodgers deal. And so, you know, Aaron Rodgers coming in, you know, Corey Davis is still on that team, Garrett Wilson, Breece Hall. We'll see if he comes back from injury, because I like that. I mean, they got Sauce Gardner on one side. Oh my God, they could be scary if they go Christian Gonzalez on the other side. If they do that, or if they go get Zay Jones, add another weapon for Aaron Rodgers. We're definitely got to see how this draft is going, but it's been a chaotic night. I see Vrabel is talking about the pick of Stroyansky, and I don't know. Normally, if Vrabel is talking about a pick, could the Titans actually be done for the night? You know, I don't know. But let's see. Tehran is putting this up. I'm going to try to give a quick share and see if y'all can hear Mike Vrabel's thoughts on Peter Stroyansky.
I have absolutely enjoyed it thus far. We're a fantastic player, a physical player, a fun player. He's got versatility, and those are things that we covet. And the durability, he grabs people most of the time. So that's really a good thing for an offensive lineman. So far in the process, exactly where we were yesterday in some of the scenarios, our communication. I have absolutely enjoyed it thus far. We're getting a fantastic player, a physical player, a violent player. He's got versatility, and those are things that we covet. And with the durability, I know when he grabs people, most of the time they stop moving. So that's really a good thing for an offensive lineman.
So that was Mike Vrabel talking about Peter Stroyansky and what he liked about him. You know, versatile, violent, a tough player. And so I definitely like that. And the Jets pick looks like they're in. We're going to see where they go with this next pick. But Vrabel definitely got some, definitely giving his thoughts. And I like the Stroyansky pick, even though that rep with Luca Van Ness kind of had me a little concerned for a quick second. But, I mean, again, I did say he could struggle against more powerful rushers, but I think, if he gets in the weight room and continues to work, I think he'll be fine, especially on the inside. And so the pick is in with the Jets. They could go a lot of different ways. They could go, again, they could definitely use help at offensive line. They could go defense with Nolan Smith. I mean, there's a lot of good players still on the board, y'all. I mean, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter, all the receivers are available, and we're about halfway through the first round.
We still haven't had a receiver go.
We have not had a receiver yet. And I don't think the Jets are going receiver because, I mean, they still have Corey Davis. They still have Garrett Wilson. And then Breece Hall. And they also, I believe, got, what's his name from the Jaguars? James Robinson. So the Jets are built to win. They are built. I think they could seriously be a threat to the Buffalo Bills. If they get an offensive line together, Garrett Wilson is going to love getting passes from Aaron Rodgers. He is basically his Devontae Adams now. So, I mean, the Jets, I just think they are a serious threat. Let me get some of y'all comments.
Red Robertson
ball, and I appreciate everybody watching. Like I said, we're probably going to take a break. I may take a break after this pick. We'll stretch a little bit since we are halfway through. I mean, I think wide receiver will definitely be the pick next year. I mean, not next year, in the next round, unless the Titans trade up. And Justin Lawson said Broderick Jones would have been a J-Rob pick. I believe it.
No doubt.
I think
no,
so.
He would have picked Jalen Carter from Georgia.
Yeah.
Only a couple days away. I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battles and overcame colon cancer.
Ah,
of his favorite team. The New York
and I'm going to basically give you a little hint. A lot of reaching is going on. A lot of reaching is happening.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
I just saw your tweet.
15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets. Jets. Select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State.
Ah, that was great. That was great. That was great. I like to see the kids, you know, some kids who are, you know, getting their Make-A-Wish dreams and stuff like that, be able to do something like that. So I like it. I definitely like that. But the Jets go edge rusher Will McDonald the fourth out of Iowa State. And this is a guy that TD was extremely high on, you know, from Iowa State. Thought he could be a guy maybe the Titans look at in round 2. And again, why are they showing these defensive guys with snaps against Troyansky? I don't know. They're starting to show all these snaps. They had McDonald against Troyansky. They had him, you know, Van Ness. So I'm like, why are they doing that? I don't like that. But I think this is a very good pick for the Jets. They do, you know, continue to need help. And, I mean, I know there's a certain guy by the name of Quinnen Williams who is looking to get paid. And so they're probably getting some insurance to help him. And now, of course, the Washington Commanders are now on the clock. And the Commanders' pick is in. Do not know where they're going. They could go a slew of different directions.
But this has been interesting.
I'm just checking.
To say the least. The pick is in SEC. I'll leave it at that.
Let's see. I'm trying to reach out and
Vrabel was asked about
trying to do something. I got a friend. I'm gonna try to bring them in.
While you're doing that, just a quick word from Vrabel.
Y'all keep up with me. We still having a good time. Commanders on the clock. Their pick is in. I wonder which way they go. I mean, they, you know, could go quarterback. They could go, they could definitely go defense as well. I mean, they could also go corner. So, I mean, again, there are still a lot of really good players that I think are going to be available in the in round 2. So, I mean, this is, you know, this has been a chaotic draft, but it's also been a good one. You know, it's been entertaining. Ken, what do you think?
Nah, it's been really good, man. It's been exciting. You know, the first
I think you're on mute. I think you might be on mute.
Hear you.
All right. Can you read me?
Can you hear me? Check 1, check 2, check 3.
Yeah, I am not hearing you.
Hold on a second.
I think we're getting we're gonna get Ken back in a second. Just trying to make sure.
All right, how about now? Can you hear me?
I'm just trying to make sure.
1, 2.
Y'all give me a quick second. We just gonna
1, 2.
reload right quick.
Let's see.
We'll reload.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Connected. Okay, cool. You guys can still hear me in the chat? All right, cool. I think we're taking a break, so we'll be back. You there, Truth? I can't hear you, Truth. They say they can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay, so y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear Truth? Trilogy? I think we lost you, Truth. They can only hear me. I have taken over the TNT tonight. Might be a good time to take a break. Might be a good time to take a break. We're halfway through the draft. So I'm going to take 10, Truth. I'm going to take 10 minutes. And we'll hop out and come back.
We all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
My strife, my right to fight, to die on. And this is my game to play, to claim a brand new name, oh. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a bit nervous that I might screw everything up that I've ever done. But what's the point of living if you ain't having fun? I guess I'll try this, try that, might miss, gotta find what I'm good at. I guess I look here, look there, over where am I scared, where am I at? I gotta make it in this life. Whatever makes me happy, know I'm doing things right. Sipping in the summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night, oh.
And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe we can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers. Gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
When you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying, turn them to a game. Take the best thoughts saying, put them on display. On repeat in your brain till you're feeling no more pain. Never slow yourself down, you can do some more. Push past all the pain and you'll find a door. Open it up and finally explore everything that you thought you could never do before. And even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. Hustle hard, hustle every single day. I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my way, or the highway. And in the driveway is a nice range. Cause I grind through the climb, I invite pain. You'll never hear me, bitch, nah, I don't complain. Just gotta flip the switch and you can go and obtain anything you want, anything you need. Your mind's got the key ingredient, it's belief. They'll deceive with the negativity, but I just slide right by that energy. Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go. You got a mind, but even that could change. You could flip the gray matter like some batter in your brain. That's why I say, fake it till you make it A. And if you play that game, then you just might make a change. Rearrange all the bad to okay. Take the worst thoughts saying.
Okay, yeah. I am back. Looks like my audio problem has been fixed. And I know Ken will be rejoining us in a little bit. I know he's taking a breather right now. But just to catch you up on some of the late picks that have happened since I took a breather. We had I believe at 15, The Jets taking Will McDonald the fourth. At 16, the Washington Commanders selected cornerback Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State, who I definitely liked a lot. At 17, the New England Patriots got a good value pick, picking Christian Gonzalez, cornerback from Oregon. At 18, the Detroit Lions selected Jack Campbell, a linebacker out of Detroit. And now we're back on the clock with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Like I said, y'all might see me taking a bite to eat or anything. Hey, I got to eat too. Here's Tampa Bay.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Cansey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
Wow. Elijah Cansey, who made some noise at the combine. I mean, he showed out at the combine, and you know, some people think he may have the potential to be Aaron Donald's successor. You know, a lot of people think that he could be the second coming of Aaron Donald. And you know, he definitely skyrocketed up boards when he had that impressive combine. So again, we're at pick 20 and no wide receiver has been taken yet. Ken's going to join us back in a little bit, and we're never going to see. But, man, you know, Tampa Bay decided not to go quarterback. Will Levis is still on the board, which is crazy. I mean, this is very, very interesting. But right now, there are still a lot of excellent players still on the board right now. Will Levis still available. You got a tight end in Dalton Kincaid still available. You got Nolan Smith, Jordan Addison, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. All of these guys are still on the board. Zay Flowers is still there. You know, a couple of defensive players, Miles Murphy, Brian Parisi, Michael Mayer, the tight end. Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. Elijah Cansey just came off. I know Quinn Johnston is still on the board. I know the Titans like him. So there are still a lot of very talented players still on the board in this draft. So, I mean, there's still a good ways to go. We're at pick 20, and I know some more people are going to start trickling back in. As we keep going. You know, Trilogy said, "We got you, Truth. Let everybody know they can come on back in. We're going to keep this thing going." Trilogy said, "I might be the first wide receiver taken." Ricky said he might fall out of the first round altogether. Yeah, because, I mean, you know, it'll be like last year. You know, everybody thought Will Levis was going to be, I mean, not Will Levis, but Malik Willis. And he ended up falling out to the third round. Or Desmond Ridder fell out of the first round to the second. So, I mean, the draft is unpredictable. The draft is extremely unpredictable. And so this is going to be a very interesting turn of events of how all of this goes down. And I mean, it is, again, it all started with Houston. The Houston Texans completely turned this draft upside down from the word go and messed up everything for us. if the Houston Texans had not did what they did, we probably have CJ Stroud. That's who they wanted. But I am glad they pulled back and did not still make the trade. And so just let everybody know I am back. And so now I believe Peter Stroyansky may be wearing 77 after all. Says, and so we're going to have to see what's going on. And now, of course, they're talking about some things going on with Will Levis and that he could be a problem. So there, Will Levis, he's having a very, very long night. An extremely long night. And the Seahawks are back on the board. I think the Seahawks might be trying to do something because the clock is ticking down. Could there be a trade? And right now, I think the Titans could get possibly some good value and trade up. Well, right now, the Seahawks, their pick is finally in, and they sure put it down to the wire. But Will Levis, the complete and utter drop, is astounding. A lot of teams have passed on him. So that makes me wonder what's wrong with him. Like something is wrong with Will Levis, which is why he's dropping this far. And I know I got to get my people back because I took a break. And we got to see where the Seahawks go with this pick because the Chargers are now on the clock. I mean, the Seahawks, they could go edge, they could go receiver. I mean, we still haven't had a receiver yet. And that's something that's crazy. And there are still a lot of excellent prospects still available. And the Seahawks are probably thinking, I can't believe. Dang. I think the Seahawks were like, I can't believe this guy was still on the board. But he is. And this might be I think, a certain somebody named Geno Smith is about to be very happy. And I get the feeling this could start a run that the Titans may want to get in on. So we'll see what the Seahawks do at 21. I mean, at 20. And I know Geno Smith is very, very happy. Jackson Smith and Jigba goes to Seattle with the 20th pick. And now this could start a run on wide receivers now. And I think that there are still going to be a lot of really good receivers that are available. I'm with Trilogy. We need to trade back into the first. We're at 41. So, I mean, I don't know how far we could go, but I would say if there's about to be a run on wide receivers, they better get in on that. And Jigba, Jackson Smith and Jigba now goes to the Seattle Seahawks at number 20. Wow. All right. Y'all got me this time. I think I'm still back. Definitely trying to keep up with everything. But yeah, Seattle getting Jack Smith and Jigba, I think that just makes Seattle even more dangerous. I mean, they were a team that made the playoffs when they weren't even supposed to. And, I think I see Geno is there at the draft party, and I know he's got to be grinning from ear to ear. Geno just got paid, just got some major money, and now he has another weapon to go on the other side of DK Metcalf. And of course, they already got Devin Witherspoon, so they already got a talented corner on one side. Now they got Njigba on the other side. So, and with Kenneth Walker at running back, Seattle could be very good in the NFC West. I really do think so. That's going to be that is a very good pick for the Seattle Seahawks. And the Chargers are now on the clock. The Chargers now on the clock at 21. And remember, Miami forfeited their pick with the scandal. So this has been, like I said, this has been a draft. If nothing else, this has been an extremely entertaining draft. if nothing else. And I mean, Ohio State is starting to become new wide receiver U. I mean, Garrett Wilson, who had a great year with the Jets. Olave had a good year with New Orleans. Jameson Williams, was starting to come along, but of course he has those the allegations of gambling, which I believe will have him out for 6 games. And now Jackson Smith and Jigba. So it's been a pretty nice night for Ohio State players. And the pick is in for the LA Chargers. We're going to see where they're going. But the Dolphins, of course, lost their first round pick. They lost their first round pick. They had to forfeit that. And also a third round pick. Of course, they had some tampering allegations. So that's why they do not have a first or a third in this year's draft. So that was from Ricky Jenkins, who was asking what happened with that Dolphins pick, but that was why. So now the Chargers are on the clock. They could go another wide receiver. This could be where the wide receiver run begins. You had Jackson Smith and Jigba. What's next? Here's Roger Goodell.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Oh, man.
TCU.
All right.
Here come the wideout.
The wide receiver run is beginning. The wide receiver run is starting. You just saw Jackson Smith and Jigba. Now Quentin Johnston, who the Titans were pretty interested in, is now going to the Chargers along with Mike Williams. So, man, Justin Herbert just got another weapon. I mean, they got Keenan Allen still. They got Mike Williams. They got Palmer, who's a speedster. Now they add Quentin Johnston to the core. And the Titans need to understand the AFC is getting stronger. They're getting stronger. They're getting powerful. And now the run on wide receivers is starting to begin. And so the Titans might want to get in on this. The Tennessee Titans might want to get in on this barrage of receivers. They may have to give up something because the wide receiver run is starting to go. And Quentin Johnston now is gone. He was the guy that the Titans did bring in for a visit. They were definitely a fan of him. So if I'm the Tennessee Titans, it might be time to trade back up into the first round and get one of these receivers. Again, Jordan Addison is still available. So let me pull up the receivers that I had. So a lot of players. Bryce Young went number 1 to Carolina. Stroud goes 2 to Houston. Will Levis is still on the board. Anthony Richardson gone to Indianapolis at 4. Jackson Smith and Jigba, 20 to the Seattle Seahawks. Jalen Hyatt is still on the board. Jordan Addison is still on the board. My guy Zay Flowers is still on the board. Quentin Johnston just went to the LA Chargers. The Titans drafted Peter Stoyansky at 11. Darnell Wright went 10 to the Chicago Bears. Broderick Jones went to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 14. Anton Harrison is still on the board. Paris Johnson went 6 to Arizona. So, there is a lot of good players are gone, but there are still a lot of good players left. But Brandon says he's in the M. Man, we're gonna have to catch up then. I have to definitely catch up with you, Brandon, man. Glad you're here. Hope everything is good. Regan says we don't need to move. We can get Mingo at 41. I know, but if you got a chance to get a better player like a Zay Flowers, I would go on up and get him. Titan Overdrive said Titans going to get their tails kicked if they don't get weapons. And right now, the Tennessee Titans still don't have any weapons. And Titan Overdrive, Ricky Jig is saying, Mingo at 41. Yeah, the way this is going, Mingo might not last till 41. Let me see if I have my dark horses. I mean, these were my dark horses. Josh Downs, Mingo, Ken Moore mentioned Tank Dell. Downs and Mingo might go before 41. The way that this is going. The way that this draft is shaking out. The Ravens are on the clock right now, but I will honestly say this has not been the pick I'm okay with. The pick I am fine with. But other than that, this has been a horrible night for the Tennessee Titans as far as the board, because the board has not went their way. The board is not headed their way at all. And that is, it's crazy that this board has just not shaped out the way that the Tennessee Titans want it. And I think the Titans, they wanted C.J. Stroud. That didn't happen. I think they wanted Paris Johnson. That didn't happen. And so now they went with Stroyansky. And it would not shock me if the Ravens go wide receiver. I mean, you got to remember the breaking news from earlier today. Hold on. Oh, okay. Adam Schefter is just talking about the Ravens re-signing Lamar Jackson. So Lamar got his new deal, $185 million guaranteed, $260 million 5-year deal. So he's staying in Baltimore. If they're smart, they'll give him weapons. And the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens. It would not shock me if they go wide receiver and just continue. I mean, this is, Brandon says, give up too much capital. How many picks do we have next year? We have all 7, I believe. Yes, we have all 7 of our picks next year. Yeah, forgive me. I have to take a few bites of some good food. I got to make sure I eat. But I mean, I think there will be a lot of good receivers in the second round. But Brandon, there have been some trades. Houston completely did it off the top and turned this draft completely upside down from the beginning. go take CJ Stroud. Then they trade back up to 3 to get Will Anderson. And then I believe the Texans traded up again. Here's the Ravens.
23 draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
Damn it! Ah, they should have traded up. Damn it! This was a guy I wanted. Ah, Red, you're not doing too good in my book. Oh. This is a guy I thought they could have gotten. And I'm telling y'all there was the run on receivers. That's 3 straight receivers that have been taken in a row. So Zay Flowers goes to the Baltimore Ravens. He basically will pick up where Marquise Brown left off. Man, oh my God, I'm disappointed. I agree, Brandon. Houston effed up this whole draft from the beginning. I can tell a lot of people like, I'm done, I'm out. I'm kind of done too. But I mean, I'm still going to keep going. But this, I mean, the Stroyansky pick, I mean, the way that this is going, this is really taking a lot of, even a little bit of the decent luster that was the Stroyansky pick, which we thought was a decent pick. He'll probably move in to inside a guard. But my goodness, the Titans are still ignoring wide receiver. Zay Flowers goes to the Baltimore Ravens. I need to hear y'all thoughts. Who has had the best draft so far? I mean, as much as I hate to say it, the Houston Texans have not only ruined this draft for us and everybody else, but they've hit. They have hit. They went and got CJ Stroud, then traded back up and got Will Anderson. They got one of the best quarterbacks in the draft, then got the best defensive player in the draft. Man. This, I will say, this has been an extremely disappointing night for the Tennessee Titans. Very, very disappointing. And so now the Vikings are on the clock. The Vikings are on the clock at 23. And, you know, I've heard they've been talking about possibly getting Hendon Hooker, and they may have a chance to get him without even having to do anything, or even get Will Levis. I would like Jordan Addison, but you could tell Will Levis is not happy right now. He thought his name was already going to be called, and he is still in the green room. Will Levis does not look happy at all. He does not look happy. He looks like a guy that is stunned, that is shocked that all these teams have passed on him. And so the Ravens knew they needed weapons, and they got Lamar. I mean, today is a good day for the Ravens. Today's a good day for the Ravens. They signed Odell Beckham. They got Lamar Jackson earlier, and now they now just picked up Zay Flowers at 22. And now the Vikings are on the clock at 23. Brandon said, I need a shot or 6. OC says, Titans doing Titan things. Yep. I'm starting to agree with that. It sounds like it's the same old Titans. That is exactly what it feels like. Even though I like the Stroyansky pick, although I'm not liking some of the highlights of him getting, dominated by guys like Will McDonald and Luca Van Ness. So I think he's going to move inside. Trilogy says Texans had the best draft. Lions from Brandon Payne. Brandon said we needed an offensive lineman and said he is the complete player. Still a good pick. And I agree. I think Stroyansky, it was a boring pick, but a good one. Ms. Mims says she doesn't really care now, but I'm like, here's the thing, Ms. Mims. We all knew Bryce Young was going number 1. We all knew this. The Texans basically lied to everybody, which, again, I kept telling y'all, this is lying season. And so the fact that Houston took C.J. Stroud, they completely messed this draft up from the beginning. Levis is not a complete quarterback, but he's a flash in the pan. And right now, he looks humiliated. Lou Man says Ravens and Texas did good tonight. I think Ravens had a good day overall. Getting Lamar Jackson re-signed and now getting Zay Flowers, and this run on receivers is continuing. I don't know what the Titans are doing, but I saw that they had a press conference, talking about the pick of Stroyansky, and usually if a press conference is happening discussing a pick, that means they might be done for the night. So, Stroyansky, a Tennessee Titan. I like it. I see some on Twitter, somebody saying taking Will Levis now is basically like taking Malik Willis. So, I do like the pick. I definitely do like the pick of Stroyansky. Again, I like the pick. Yeah. And so, Trilly said they're done for night and the season. So a lot of y'all are giving up already on the season, which, I kind of did too. And again, the rumor was it looked like there was a deal in place for the Titans to move up to 3, but the Houston Texans completely ruined all of that. So with the highest pick we've had, and possibly the highest we'll have for a while, we picked Stroyansky. And of course, our troll is here. Ken, I'm not going to really hold that up very long. I know you're just grinning from ear to ear at all of our misery. But again, I told y'all, I set myself up to be disappointed. Minnesota at 24, at 23. I told you. wide receiver is on the run. That's 4 in a row. Jigba, Johnston, Flowers, Addison. And now Jordan Addison goes to Minnesota with Justin Jefferson. This night is just getting worse for the Tennessee Titans. I mean, again, pick a side. I think the Tennessee Titans had a really bad night. They got screwed by the Texans. And see, this was why I think Diana Rossini and some of the reports coming out about the Titans really being high for C.J. Stroud, I think ruined us. Because if none of that stuff came out, Houston wouldn't have done it. Houston picked C.J. Stroud to keep us from getting C.J. Stroud. I'm willing to bet my bottom dollar that was why. They did all of that. You got me? Y'all hear me? Oh, not again. My mic went out again. Check, check, check. Are we good? Are we good? Check, check, check. Are we good? But, man, I am extremely disappointed that the Titans have not been more aggressive. Even though, and I think it just seemed like I will probably have to go back and look at the press conference. I think the Titans, even though they got Stroyansky, I think the fact is they were really down. They did not get C.J. Stroud. And I believe we got Big Ken is back with us. Ken, you read me?
I got you. You got me?
Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I hear you good.
Can you hear me? Check 1, check 2, check 3, check 4.
Let's see. Let me see. I'm trying to check your audio because I can't hear you for some reason.
Check 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3.
For some reason, I can't hear you for some reason.
Okay. Let me see.
I think everybody else might hear you, but for some reason I can't. So we'll keep going. But there's been a run on wide receivers. Yeah, it looks like they can hear you now. I know I can't. I know my mic has probably not been the best in the world, but there's been a run on receivers. 5 in a row. 5 wide receivers in a row. And Jigba goes to Seattle. Johnston goes to the Chargers. Zay Flowers goes to Baltimore. Addison goes to Minnesota. And I forgot the other receiver. But I want to say that was 5 in a row that have gone. So, I mean, this has been, for me, it's been a nightmare situation. This probably is one of the worst case scenarios. What are you thinking about this as we've seen this run, 4 wide receivers in a row, taken back to back to back?
Yeah, I see what's happening, and I was out of the loop here for about half an hour, but I see, wow, 2021, Flowers at 22, Addison at 23, and we talked about it earlier in the show that the offensive linemen, we saw that those guys were highly regarded early in the draft, and those guys went early, starting, I believe, at pick number 6. Your offensive lineman started to go in the top 10. And we mentioned that as soon as a wide receiver went, then that run on wide receivers would go. So to see this now puts the Titans in a very precarious situation come tomorrow night when they try to figure out what they're going to do at the wide receiver position. Tank Dell, who I'm very fond of from the University of Houston, he is still out there. It may be a situation now where you may have to look to trade up to get a wide receiver at this point. But yeah, it's definitely been a run. We kind of predicted once one of them went off the board that they would start to go. And that's exactly what happened. And I love Jordan Addison out of USC. I love that kid.
I do too. I really enjoy Jordan Addison. Obviously, a trade just happened. The Giants just traded up. The Giants just traded up one spot and get a 5th and a 7th round pick from the Giants to move back one spot. And so now the Jags are on the clock. Why do I have the feeling the Jags are going to get a receiver too? The Giants are on the clock, not the Jags. But the Jags get some more picks. And now the Giants, they're probably going to get a wide receiver too. And so, I mean, again, like you said, there's been a run. There's been a run on offensive linemen. Now there's a run on wide receivers, and the Tennessee Titans are just sitting on their hands, not getting in on it. And Ken, you're absolutely right. Now, on day 2, if you don't do anything in day 1, you're probably going to have to trade up now. You're going to have to trade up at some point. You're going to have to get aggressive and not just sit on your hands thinking, well, you know what? Oh, we're sad, because the word looked like everything was pointing Titans moving up to 3. And then the Houston Texans just like, oh, no, we can't let our competition get this guy. I mean, I honestly think the Houston Texans picked C.J. Stroud just to hurt us. I really do believe that. I don't think they really wanted to draft C.J. Stroud. I think they did that to make sure we didn't get C.J. Stroud. I really believe that. Here is the Giants at 24.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deontay Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
Merrill loves him because he was born and raised in Baltimore and State.
All right. So at pick 24, the Giants definitely do need help on the defensive side of the ball. They go Deontay Banks. Cornerback from Maryland. And so, the Giants needed help defensively and everything. So now Jacksonville is on the clock. Ken, any thoughts on this particular pick? And also with the Jaguars on the clock, they got a chance to hurt us too. So what do you think on, right now, as an objective somebody like myself, and it looks like the Jaguars are trading too. They're trading to Buffalo. So the Jags trade down twice. They traded down. Well, wait a minute. It still says Buffalo is still on the clock at 27. What in the world what is Buffalo getting? Because, there's another trade. So, the Jags were on the clock. Now Buffalo is on the clock, and they're still on the clock at 27. I think Buffalo might go wide receiver again, too, because there were a lot of rumors that Buffalo could go after DeAndre Hopkins to join Buffalo. Ken, it just seemed like the rich is getting richer.
Yeah, so the Jaguars got from the Giants, they got the 25th pick, the 160th pick, and the 240th pick. So they basically add a 5th round pick and a 7th round pick from the Giants just to go back one slot. And then now, if you're telling me that they've traded back again, look, they had an offensive lineman today. I believe they got suspended, or that's very likely to get suspended for PEDs. So they could look to the offensive line for some help there. They can also look at Joey Porter Jr., who's still on the board. Drew Sanders, a linebacker from Arkansas. Brian Brees, a defensive lineman from Clemson. All those guys could be in play, but as you mentioned, Buffalo is on the clock at 25. So it looks like Buffalo has went from 27 to 25, and the Jags have moved back now to 27 behind Dallas. So now you have Buffalo at 25, Dallas at 26, and then Jacksonville at 27. I haven't seen the compensation that Buffalo gave up just yet. Dallas at 26, and then Jacksonville at 27. I haven't seen the compensation that Buffalo gave up just yet.
Yeah, definitely not yet on compensation. And I know I'm a little bit behind a little bit, but I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you, I think I see where Buffalo is going with this 25th pick, and I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm in that mood where I'm gonna ruin everything. The Buffalo Bills, it looks like they're gonna take tight end Dalton Kincaid out of Utah with the 25th pick. That is on Twitter right now. So some of these picks are coming out a little early, coming out a little early and things like that. So the Jags already got a 5th round pick, already got a 5th and I believe a 7th this year. Now they pick up an extra 4th round pick as well for that trade with Buffalo.
Yeah, and the trade with Buffalo, that was important for the Bills to jump ahead of Dallas because Dallas lost tight end Dalton Schultz in free agency. And they were looking to replace Dalton Schultz with Dalton Kincaid. That was one of their targets, was to replenish that tight end position. Buffalo knew that, so they jumped in front of Dallas. And no, Dallas now may have to reach for a tight end here at 26. So Dallas is in a bit of a pickle. So the Jaguars, now it's also interesting. You don't really want to help another playoff contender, but the Jaguars do that. They help Buffalo out tremendously, but Buffalo had to give up a very good pick to do it. So when you think about it, the Jags traded with the Giants to move back one spot, but they only required the Giants to give up a 5th and a 7th round pick. So if you're telling me it cost Buffalo a 4th round pick, Buffalo had to pay the premium because they're an in-conference rival.
Yeah. So I definitely agree with all of that. And now the Jags get some extra late round picks. I see Miss Hayward commenting. Thank you for the support. Thank y'all, everybody, for everybody supporting. I am not sure who was the player from Memphis that ran a 4.03. That was Calvin Austin, who ran a fast one last year. And everything. So OC says Dalton Kincaid is a complete tight end. I mean, very, very good. Thank God we got about 3 more drafts before the new stadium. Yeah, we still got time. And I'm pretty sure the draft is going to go back to Nashville at some point. And I will look forward to that in the new stadium. But yeah, I'm with that. But Buffalo, definitely got ahead of Dallas. They need help at the tight end to go along with Dawson Knox. And so now, Stephon Diggs, that's just another target for Josh Allen. So I definitely like the pick for Buffalo. That just adds, again, another weapon another weapon for Josh Allen. And so now, we're going to see what do the Cowboys do? What do the Cowboys do at 26? Because now the Cowboys, again, like Ken said, we could see a small run on tight ends now. With Kincaid gone, Michael Mayer is available there. Darnell Washington is another. So, I mean, Dallas could always use some more help either on the offensive line or in the secondary. Michael, you still got they may need a running back, but I mean, 2 running backs are already gone with Gibbs and Robinson, and I think it's too early to reach on another running back. What do you think Dallas does here? I think you're muted, Ken.
All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so I expect the Cowboys to either go running back, tight end, or they could shock the world and go Will Levis and look to get rid of Dak Prescott. But no, seriously, I think they look at running back position. I think they look at the tight end position to see what they may want to do there.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely very interesting. That is definitely very interesting. I mean, again, I could definitely see Dallas going Michael Mayer in this position. They could definitely help defense. I mean, Nolan Smith is still on the board. There are still a lot of good players that could be of good value at this point that are still on the board. So we'll just we got to see how this board continues to fall. And let me see.
Yeah, looking at the Cowboys war room now and
just trying to
update
everything.
Shots of Michael Mayer. Be interesting to see.
But this has been, Ken, has this been one of the craziest drafts you've ever witnessed?
This has been insane from the start. This has been crazy from the start. I thought the Texans gave up way too much for Will Anderson and essentially giving up a first, a second, and a third. The Colts taking Anthony Richardson. Little bit of a surprise there. I thought they may go Will Levis, but they went for the guy with the highest ceiling. Bijan Robinson going to Atlanta was a complete shock. I'm sure people in Philadelphia were shocked by that. Paris from the tackle from Ohio State going number 6. I think that was a little high. So there was a lot of things happening in the top 10 picks that really, really shook the room and really made things unpredictable. I don't think the draft really settled in until the Titans at 11, where things kind of started to fall into shape. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Dallas now. But some things that did happen that we thought would happen. There was a run on
absolutely, and
early,
and
then there was a run on wide receiver.
And everybody just
Absolutely, and everybody just
my bad, kid. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good.
And so right now, and forgive me, y'all, I'm just trying to make sure because I know there's some crazy weather going on outside. So if it happens that I cut out or anything, if my power goes out, I will go live tomorrow whenever the power returns. So I'm just giving a heads up. But we're almost done to the first round. I think the Titans are going. I think the Cowboys are going tight end. They need a tight end. This has been sheer and utter chaos, and that is an understatement. This has probably been the most unpredictable draft I have witnessed in a very long time. And, and I think I see where the Cowboys are headed. So I probably won't ruin it too bad, but it is not a tight end.
Wow. Okay. That's unfortunate for Mr. Meyer.
I think this pick could be for the Cowboys, this could be a good value pick for them and everything. But I believe Roger Goodell is about to come on and announce the Cowboys pick.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan.
Oh, I got it wrong.
this young man is free, quickness, and agility at his size is
I got it wrong. I thought they were going Nolan Smith. They went Mozzie Smith.
Yeah, Mozzie Smith
in the first round, defensive tackle from Michigan, a big 323-pound monster. And, from the great place by one of my other favorite universities in the world, besides, my alma mater, University of Memphis, would be the University of Michigan. Mozzie Smith, I don't really know a lot about him. All I know is he's a big monster of a defensive tackle, 323 pounds. He could play the nose. He's definitely going to be a big help to DeMarcus Lawrence, and Micah Parsons. That just beefs up that defensive line. Of course, we know Micah Parsons is all world. DeMarcus Lawrence is a big timer, and now they add a big time defensive lineman. They got to keep helping that defense. And yeah, it was probably way too early to go another running back. At this point, I know they got rid of Ezekiel Elliott and everything. So, any thoughts about this for the Cowboys?
It's a good value pick, as you mentioned, 6'3", 323 pounds. That's a lot of man, a lot of muscle inside. And if you're the Cowboys, you hope that he can kind of fill the gaps inside, allow Michael Parsons to roam free from that linebacker position. And you want those guys, like a Jeffrey Simmons that can eat up two defenders on the offensive line. And so that's what you hope if you're a Cowboy fan, that this guy can provide, is that type of leverage, that type of force along and be a disruptor up front that'll allow those linebackers to roam east and west and make plays outside the box. So that's what you hope in that situation for Dallas. And now finally, the Jaguars are on the clock as they have been able to parlay their first-round pick into 3 later picks. So a good job by the Jags as they've been able to gain a 5th-round pick, a 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, and a 7th-round pick just to go back 4 spots in the draft. So a good job by the Jaguars, and we'll see what they do with their selection.
Absolutely. I mean, I gotta tip my hat to Jacksonville. As much as I don't want to, I gotta give them credit where it's due. I mean, the Jags, I think right now the AFC South has had a really good night, except for the Tennessee Titans, in my honest opinion. I mean, Houston started the chaos from the beginning, shaking everything down. Then Indianapolis goes and gets Anthony Richardson. You know, they get their quarterback. And, you know, now the Jaguars get some late picks. And all they did was move down 3 spots and got 3 extra picks. And so the only other somebody that may have had a worse night than the Tennessee Titans is Will Levis. Will Levis is having a horrible night. This is worse than Aaron Rodgers, what happened to him. And I honestly don't think Will Levis is going to get it. I think Will Levis is going to escape the first round. I don't think he's going to get picked.
Well, I just read something that there were some concerns from at least one team that was considering drafting Will Levis, that apparently he has a toe injury that could require surgery at some point. So apparently that is a concern for some teams, at least one team that I just read about, I was informed about on Will Levis. And then, of course, just the senior season that he had was quite underwhelming, to say the least, at Kentucky. So, you know, he is a guy that will probably fall to day 2, unless somebody decides to, you know, come up and draft him here in the next 4 picks, the next 5 picks, or 4 picks, 27, 28, 29. Yeah, 5 picks left in this first round. So definitely a bad night for Will Levis. On the surface, I wouldn't call it a bad night for Tennessee. It was an underwhelming night. And I think it's underwhelming because of the expectations that were put out by the media all day today, all day yesterday, kind of getting the fans hyped up with the possibility of getting a CJ Stroud or Anthony Richardson. And when that did not come to fruition, then, of course, there is major disappointment. But I don't know if in 2 or 3 years, when we look back at this draft, we may feel completely differently. We don't know how Anthony Richardson is going to pan out in Indianapolis. I think that was a tremendous reach at number 4. The kid has only had 13 college starts. 13 college starts. That's equivalent to 1 year of playing college football. And now all of a sudden you expect him to go and compete in the AFC South. I just don't know how that pick is going to turn out. CJ Stroud, I do expect CJ Stroud to have a good career with the Houston Texans. I clearly think they overpaid to get Will Anderson. I thought that was a tremendous, tremendous leap of faith to trade 3 picks to get Will Anderson. I thought that was a tremendous overplay by Houston. So It looks nice and shiny for the Colts and for the Texans, but I don't know when we step back in 3 years if we're going to feel the same way. The Jags did a hell of a job parlaying, getting 3 additional picks just to move back 3 spots in the draft. I think they've had the best night of all of the AFC South teams.
Definitely. And I mean, I definitely agree with a lot of that. I mean, Jacksonville parlaying, moving down 3 spots, getting 3 late picks. Definitely, I was extremely impressed with that. While we were talking, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Anton Harrison, the tackle out of Oklahoma. And he was the guy I was impressed with as well. He was the guy that I thought, maybe the Titans could go late if they maybe traded back and got. And so I definitely do like Harrison. Adam Schefter's making something.
Yeah. So, I mean,
and so they're saying they were talking about Cam Robinson maybe not starting the season, and so that's why they went ahead and got Anton Harrison when they did, and I think that is an extremely solid pickup for the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think that's a good lineman. He can pass protect extremely well. Is athletic, can get out and block. He does still have to work on some run blocking. But I will say, and I always believe, I would rather have a lineman that is a good pass blocker, and you can kind of help them learn the run game and get better as a run blocker, as opposed to a road grading run blocker, and you got to, help them get better as a pass blocker because, the kick step, you got to be able to have good feet to block, to get the kick step to get back against a powerful rusher or a speed rusher. And sometimes the good run blockers are not able to do that extremely well. A good pass blocker, it is easier to learn run blocking than it is to do pass blocking. That's just my honest thought about that. I think that's just how I feel about that. And now the Bengals are on the clock, and then Ken will get some more thoughts on some of these late picks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think again the Cam Robinson looming suspension for Jacksonville is huge.
And so the Bengals go Miles Murphy at number 28 to the Cincinnati Bengals. And I mean, again, they do need help defensively to go along with Trey Hendrickson and on that side of the ball. And, offensively, you're good with Joe Burrow. Go ahead and take care of the other side of the ball. And it makes, again, sometimes the rich get richer. And that is exactly what is going on. Especially some of these late picks can be of real value. And these picks can be ones that you look back on later and it's like, man, they stole pick. So Ken, let me get your thoughts on some of the last couple of picks, Anton Harrison and now Miles Murphy.
Yeah, as far as Harrison is concerned for the Jaguars, I think that was huge for them. Again, and we talked about Cam Robinson, their offensive tackle may be suspended, likely will be suspended. Just a matter of how long he's going to be suspended. Is he suspended for 6 games? Is he suspended for half the season? Is he suspended for the full season? So you have a backup plan in Anton Harrison, who's a very solid offensive lineman prospect out of Oklahoma. And then, of course, for Miles Murphy out of Clemson, coming from a solid program with Debo Sweeney there in Clemson. Big guy, 6'5", 268 pounds. So you hope that he can provide a lot of defensive help for a Cincinnati team that, look, I mean, they are a Super Bowl contender, second best team in the AFC right now to Kansas City. So they add a quality person, quality player that they hope they can come in and compete for a starting job. And then, of course, you got 3 picks left now with the Saints. They need help at wide receiver. They need help at linebacker, and also at defensive line. And then you have the 2 Super Bowl teams, Philadelphia and Kansas City. And, of course, we know that Philadelphia still needs a running back.
Definitely. And I mean, I like Miles Murphy out of Clemson. I mean, Clemson's always had good defensive linemen. At one point, Clemson was wide receiver U. Now I'm believing that Clemson is becoming D-line U because they're always churning out a lot of good defensive linemen. Guys like, Christian Wilkins, went to Miami. And then, Cleveland Farrell, even though he really didn't pan out with the Raiders, so to speak. And I don't even know if he's still a free agent. I think he did get picked up by somebody. I can't remember who. Let's see. King Isaac said, my first thought on the pick was, why hit it this early? I mean, there was a run on offensive linemen. Again, Paris Johnson went 6. Darnell Wright went 10. Stroyansky goes 11. Broderick Jones went behind that. So there was a run on offensive linemen. And another name to watch out for, maybe in the second round, unless the Titans trade back and get extra pick, wide receiver, look out for a guy by the name of Osiris Torrance. Now, I can't really say that because, I mean, you got Stroyansky. He's probably going to play guard. So I would probably say less chance of Osiris Torrance there. But I would look out for receiver in round 2. I think that's exactly where they go. Now, yeah, Kevin Dodd was the exception to the rule. Ken, I know it looks like you're about to bounce. Before we get ready to end the night, I know we got a couple of picks left. I'm probably going to get ready to get out of here too because I'm gonna try to scarf down a little bit more food, and I'm going to get ready to call it a night and get to bed because I got to go to work early in the morning. But
Yes,
Ken,
sir.
where can everybody find you, and will you be joining us tomorrow night?
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah, you guys can find me all social media platforms, Facebook, just Ken Moore. On Twitter at Kmore Sports, on Instagram at Kenmore Sports, and then of course my YouTube channel, Kmore Sports as well. So Twitter and YouTube channels, those are the 2 main sources, Kmore Sports. And then if you guys aren't already friends with me on Facebook, just hit me up on Facebook, Ken Moore, and I'll be happy to friend you, follow me or whatever. So, but yeah, I will definitely try to hop in for the Titans pick tomorrow night. And we'll talk about it, see if possibly we trade up, see if something happens here in the next couple of picks tonight. I'll be watching from afar, but like you, I got to get up early in the morning. I got to go get a little late dinner, and I'm going to call it a night. But thank you guys in the chat. Always appreciate, interacting with you guys. And thank you, Truth, for having me on the show as always.
Again, much thanks to you, Ken. Y'all go check him out at Kmore Sports. Check him out on ESPN3, the king of the SWAC. Definitely does it big. Ken, we'll see you tomorrow night around the Titans pick. Again, y'all, there will be full-fledged coverage of rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow night as well. So definitely know that. The Saints are on the clock now as we get ready towards the end of the night.
The New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle, Clemson.
A back-to-back Clemson Tigers. Mel, you just mentioned him. He's been on the radar a long time. Some services rank him the #1 high school player.
And so now Brian Brzee, so back-to-back defensive lineman for Clemson, going back-to-back as Brian Brzee goes to New Orleans at number 29. And so we are almost at the end. We got 2 more picks left. We got 2 more picks to go. Philly at 30 and Kansas City at 31. I appreciate everybody sticking with me. I know when I took a break, I kind of lost everybody on that. So I'll try to do better on that with it. So, definitely, it's definitely been a fun night, albeit even though I think it's been a little bit of a disappointing night for the Tennessee Titans. Thanks again to Ken Moore for coming on, and we'll see him tomorrow night around the time the Titans pick. The Titans pick at 41 and also at 72, and I believe rounds 2 and 3 will go a little bit faster on that, and I will definitely fix up my mic and make sure everything is okay. But this has been a very, very interesting draft, to say the least. It's been chaotic. It's been insane. And I appreciate each and every one of y'all sticking with me during it. So, it's just and again, I know it is storming a bit outside and everything. So definitely making sure all is well, because again, in case if the weather in case my power goes out, I will definitely if my power does go out, I will definitely go live tomorrow and recap everything that has happened. And I wish I saw this before, but I see now the multi view. I didn't get to see that before. Seeing everything. So I see it on ABC, ESPN, and NFL Network. 6 p.m. tomorrow. Rounds 2 and 3 will happen at 6 o'clock. So I will go live about 5:45 tomorrow as we get ready for round 2. And I agree with you, Philip. Titans have a lot of work to do in round 2. A lot of work to do in round 2. They have, again, I expected disappointment, so I'm not just, overly upset. I'm not overly upset or anything like that. But I think the Titans could have done a little bit more. Again, I like the pick of Stroyansky. Again, definitely like it. But again, I think the Titans could have did a little bit more. The wide receivers got ran on. Again, Jalen Hyatt is still available. Jalen Hyatt is still available. Josh Downs is available. Tate Dell, Tyler Scott, somebody that the Titans like. So there's still plenty of receivers that are definitely available, but the Titans are going to have to jump on it. And they're going to have to jump on it fast, because I think Josh Downs is going to go early. Jalen Hyatt's going to go early. And, I think if you come with one of those two, and then I think, again, I think wide receiver is where they're going to go. And then I think I could definitely see them go another offensive lineman maybe at center, something like that. I could definitely see something going on. But the Eagles are now on the clock, and my guy Jimmy Big J Mac is on the clock and everything, and we're gonna see which way they go. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. J Mac, I think you're about to be a very, very happy guy right now. I think you're about to be very happy. Y'all already, you got Jalen Carter with one pick. And now, again, as I stated earlier, it just seems like the rich just keep getting richer. And that's exactly what's happened again with this pick, unless something just goes completely wrong, because Twitter sometimes be putting out stuff way too quickly on this. But again, Jalen Carter went 9 to Philly, and now we're going. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. There it is. Nolan Richardson goes. Nolan Richardson um so Nolan Richardson goes at number 30 to the Philadelphia Eagles. And now the final pick of the draft of the first round is up. The Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock. Jimmy, I know you are very, very happy. And once again, the rich keep getting richer. The defense continues to get stronger, which, I mean, again, they're one of the best in the league at rough getting after the quarterback. And so, but like I said, there's still a lot of good receivers on the board. You got again, Josh Downs, Jalen Hyatt, Tate Dell, Jonathan Mingo, Marvin Mims. A lot of these guys are still on the board. A.T. Perry is another. So there's still a lot of speed guys out there that you could get and everything. And obviously, the Titans tried to go get DeAndre Hopkins. They may still do that, and they may not have to give up a high draft pick to do it. So again, I'm with Philip Maddox. I said it. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. The rich keep getting richer.
So when you've got both boys playing in a game on TV at the same time.
And of course, right now they're talking to Jason and Travis Kelsey's mom, who got to watch both of her sons in the Super Bowl at the same time. Diane Overdrive says Randy's to show us he deserves the job. I mean, again, I'm not mad about the pick. I am just fine with the pick. I have absolutely zero issue with the pick of Peter Stroyansky.
You can watch both boys at the same time. You ready to do this? Yes. Okay. Let's see who's going to be joining Jason in the Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
So now, Mrs. Kelsey not only did it for the Eagles, and of course now the final pick of the first round is on the clock. The Kansas City Chiefs at 31 is on the clock. Will Levis is not. Will Levis was the quarterback that took the biggest fall. So this has been, the worst night belongs to Will Levis. And I know there are some Titan fans who are like, oh, let's stick with Tannehill. I want Tannehill. I'm like, really? A lot of y'all, like myself, wanted Tannehill ran out of town. And now you're trying to say, I want Tannehill. I want Tannehill. I'd rather have Tannehill. That's because you have no choice now. We have no choice. We're stuck with Tannehill now. And unfortunately, the Titans are not going to suck bad enough to be able to pick as high as we are again unless we get some picks and be able to make some moves. And the only problem is they had chances to make moves. They didn't do it. They did not do it. So I know there are some, Ken, I know Ken would say he wouldn't go as far as to say the Titans didn't have a horrible night. I have to disagree. I think the Titans have had a pretty bad night. I don't think this was a good night for the Tennessee Titans. A lot went wrong for them. A lot went wrong for the Tennessee Titans, in my honest opinion. A lot of things went wrong. And it started at the very top. Once Houston did what they did, it completely ruined the draft. And so, like I said, and Titan says, pick is fine. I get that, but he needs to start working that magic from here on out. And I agree. And he said, how do we know if Carthon is solely making the picks? Remember, it's collaboration. I mean, that's true too. But and if Mike Vrabel is doing this, he's doing a bad job. Because again, Vrabel better do some winning. And they better get to the playoffs and win this division. Because if they don't, Vrabel's going to be out of a job. Vrabel will be out of the job, and we will be looking for a new head coach, an offensive head coach. And so now the Chiefs are on the board, the defending Super Bowl champions. And again, Philadelphia, I have to say, Houston has had a good night, screwing us over twice. Also, I would say the Eagles have had a good night. The Ravens have had a good day. The Ravens have had a good day. So that's just something right there. I think, honestly, yeah, Will Levis, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr. still on the board. That's something. And then you got some offensive linemen. I am surprised Joey Porter is still on the board. Now they're saying night one, 125,000 people have attended this draft. Nowhere near the 300,000. Nowhere near the 300,000 that was at the Titans draft. And again, you have to remember the clock tends to start when you pick a quarterback. So, the clock is ticking on Chris Ballard and on Nick Caserio. But Will Levis falling out of the first round, and oh my God, the Chiefs may have just added more speed. I think I see where they're going. But again, I don't know. Okay, that was just a prediction. But for the Kansas City Chiefs, the pick is in. And then once that happens, I will go ahead and get ready to say goodnight. Again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We will have we've had full day one coverage. We will have full day two coverage right here on TNT starting at 5:45, 5:45 p.m. Central Time. So remember that 5:45 tomorrow evening, we will get ready to start night 2 of the NFL draft. So get ready for that. We will start night 2. Full coverage will happen. Again, I will try to get some guests to pop on if they can. But the pick is in for the hometown Super Bowl champion Chiefs. And I hope that the prediction that I saw doesn't come true. But I don't think it does. I think there's some better players on the board. And I think I see where they're going. But wow, quite a few defensive players are still there. Will Levis, Joey Porter Jr., Keon White. So, I mean, what if Will Levis is there at 41? I don't want him. But, I mean, yeah. And I saw it on Twitter. Philly loves Georgia defensive players because their entire defensive line is Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Nakobe Dean, all Georgia guys. They got nothing but Georgia guys on their team. And Will Levis goes the entire night and does not get drafted. And it looks like the Kansas City Chiefs will select edge rusher Felix and Udike Uzoma. So that is the final pick of the first round of the NFL draft. And so I'm going to just put this up. And so everybody, I definitely think I definitely want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in to the show. We've had a good time tonight. Thanks to Ken Moore again for coming on and doing this. He'll be back tomorrow around the Titans pick, and we will definitely continue to do this. And I'm going to get ready to go get some sleep because our brother's tired. Again, thank you for the super chats. Thank you for everybody for tuning in. I am and Hooker. Yep, Hendon Hooker didn't go either. That's another thing. So again, everybody, thank y'all for tuning in to tonight's NFL draft, night 1. We will be back for night 2. Again, the Titans selected Peter Stroyansky out of Northwestern. The first round of the draft is over. We will have full coverage starting at 5:45 tomorrow, and we will get ready to start night 2 of the NFL draft. Everybody, thank y'all for tuning in to Titans of Truth. I'm your man, Chris, aka Blue Enforcer. Thank y'all for tuning in to draft night. And again, I want y'all to go ahead and make sure y'all know, no matter what, even though we didn't have a great night, and even though it might look bleak, let's tighten up, because that's all we know how to do. And of course, I'm probably going to be trying to watch the draft and the Grizzlies game at the same time tomorrow, especially about this time, since the Grizzlies are playing game 6 tomorrow night, hoping to force a game 7. So everybody, if you haven't already, hit that like button and hit the subscribe button, and thank y'all again, and tighten up, because that's all we know how to do. Good night, y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow night.